able to get treated.
I see.
Yeah.
What's next after this? What else do you think that you can apply machine learning to for people?
Yeah, so that's really exciting. It looks like AI can see a lot of things in the retina that humans can't. So we're looking to apply it to cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a host of other problems that we're hoping, that the algorithm can find out with just a simple retinal image.
Awesome. Jorge, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hearing my parents playing guitar, that's probably my first memory. When I started learning about how the sound waves are just vibrations in the air, my eyes opened to like a new world. And that's, I think, when it clicked that I knew I wanted to do engineering.
Daniel had a musical background. That's an important part of working on audio, is you have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at MBARI wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
We can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here with Harris, product manager on Android Auto. Hi Harris.
Hi Florina.
So tell me, what's new for developers for Android Auto?
So this is a very exciting year. We have all the new sets of the changes in the APIs for media and messaging developers, which is the biggest change that we made in a long while. For the media, what the developers can do is they're going to be able to do content browse forward, which is pretty exciting, and they're going to have a different set of layouts that they can use to actually present their content better to the user. For the messaging, we have new messaging styles, which is going to enable them to do, for example, group chat and a couple of different things. And for all the thousands of developers that we have for Android Auto, that's pretty exciting.
Am I able to already download the apps directly in the car?
Yeah, so actually what we have right now is we're also showcasing the preview of the Play Store Google Assistant in the vehicles. So we've announced today that we're going to be shipping some of these Google services with Volvo, so that's pretty exciting.
That's cool. Anything else that you want to tell us?
No, it's like I would say, it's like keep developing for Android Auto. If you're media messaging apps, we're excited to work with you.
Perfect, then check out the documentation that we have online and start developing Android apps. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Jorge. Jorge has been applying machine learning to diabetic retinopathy detection. Hi Jorge, thanks for joining us.
Hi, nice to be here.
Okay, let's start with what is diabetic retinopathy?
So diabetic retinopathy is the main cause of blindness among working age adults in the world. And the sad thing is that it's 90% preventable if patients would get regular eye exams and timely treatment. The problem is that people don't get regular eye exams, and so we've been going out and getting images of the retina in order to get a diagnosis to see who is at risk for vision impairment.
And how do you apply machine learning to the problem?
So right now, an ophthalmologist or an eye doctor, optometrist has to look at the image and determine what the level of retinal disease is before a patient can be referred, if they need referral for treatment. So with AI, you can get an immediate grading of what's going on in the retina. So you don't have to wait sometimes an hour, 2 hours, or 2 or 3 days, or even weeks to get a response. You can act immediately for people that need care.
And I imagine this is a scalable thing as well for areas that don't have access to the same medical help.
Right. So vision impairment is expected to increase by 3 times by the year 2050. Wow. And so there's just not enough manpower. There's not enough eye doctors in the world to be able to take care of everyone. So this is really the only chance to be able to get the people who need care into treatment, to be able to identify them and make sure that they're able to get treated.
I see. What's next after this? What else do you think that you can apply machine learning to for people?
Yeah, so that's really exciting. It looks like AI can see a lot of things in the retina that humans can't. So we're looking to apply it to cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a host of other problems that we're hoping, that the algorithm can find out with just a simple retinal image.
Awesome. Jorge, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hearing my parents playing guitar, that's probably my first memory. When I started learning about how sound waves are just vibrations in the air, my eyes opened to like a new world. And that's, I think, when it clicked that I knew I wanted to do engineering.
Daniel had a musical background. That's an important part of working on audio, is you have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at MBARI wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
It can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Muntanescu, your host, and I'm here with Harris, product manager on Android Auto. Hi Harris.
Hi Florina.
So tell me, what's new for developers for Android Auto?
So this is a very exciting year. We have all the new sets of the changes in the APIs for media and messaging developers, which is the biggest change that we made in a long while. For the media, what the developers can do is they're going to be able to do content browse forward, which is pretty exciting, and they're going to have a different sets of layouts that they can use to actually present their content better to the user. For the messaging, we have new messaging styles, which is going to enable them to do, for example, group chat and a couple of different things. And for all the thousands of developers that we have for Android Auto, that's pretty exciting.
Am I able to already download the apps directly in the car?
Yeah, so actually what we have right now is we're also showcasing the preview of the Play Store Google Assistant in the vehicles. So we've announced today that we're going to be shipping some of these Google services with Volvo, so that's pretty exciting.
That's cool. Anything else that you want to tell us?
No, it's like I would say is like keep developing for Android Auto. If you're media messaging apps, we're excited to work with you.
Perfect, then check out the documentation that we have online and start developing Android apps. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Jorge. Jorge has been applying machine learning to diabetic retinopathy detection. Hi Jorge, thanks for joining us.
Hi, nice to be here.
Okay, let's start with what is diabetic retinopathy?
So diabetic retinopathy is the main cause of blindness among working age adults in the world. And the sad thing is that it's 90% preventable if patients would get regular eye exams and timely treatment. The problem is that people don't get regular eye exams, and so we've been going out and getting images of the retina in order to get a diagnosis to see who is at risk for vision impairment.
And how do you apply machine learning to the problem?
So right now, an ophthalmologist or an eye doctor, optometrist has to look at the image and determine what the level of retinal disease is before a patient can be referred, if they need referral for treatment. So with AI, you can get an immediate grading of what's going on in the retina. So you don't have to wait sometimes an hour, 2 hours, or 2 or 3 days, or even weeks to get a response. You can act immediately for people that need care.
And I imagine this is a scalable thing as well for areas that don't have access to the same medical help.
Right. So vision impairment is expected to increase by 3 times by the year 2050. Wow. So there's just not enough manpower. There's not enough eye doctors in the world to be able to take care of everyone. So this is really the only chance to be able to get the people who need care into treatment, to be able to identify them and make sure that they're able to get treated.
I see. What's next after this? What else do you think that you can apply machine learning to for people?
Yeah, so that's really exciting. It looks like AI can see a lot of things in the retina that humans can't. So we're looking to apply it to cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a host of other problems that we're hoping, that the algorithm can find out with just a simple retinal image.
Awesome. Jorge, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hearing my parents playing guitar, that's probably my first memory. When I started learning about how sound waves are just vibrations in the air, my eyes opened to like a new world. And that's, I think, when it clicked that I knew I wanted to do engineering.
Daniel had a musical background. That's an important part of working on audio, is you have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at Mbari wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
It can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us today with a conversation on accessibility and AR/VR. Today we're going to have a quick overview of AR and VR, just to provide some background for those people who aren't familiar. Then we'll share some inclusive design principles and guidelines. And then finally, we'll review different disabilities, sharing some opportunities on how to make your applications and experiences more inclusive. My name is Christopher Patno. I'm a senior program manager here on Google's Central Accessibility team. I've spent many years working at Apple, building hardware, software, Sony Ericsson, making phones, even Disney Mobile, making games. I've been at Google for over 6 years, where I worked on Google Play Music, and even Daydream, our AR and VR platform. I've spent the past 4 years in a 20% role working in accessibility, and the past year, I've been able to make my side hustle my day job.
And hi, my name is Rand Tao, and I'm a software engineer on the AR core team as part of Daydream. I joined Daydream last year summer after I graduated from UC San Diego, where I studied computer graphics and computer vision. I have been using a wheelchair full-time now for 2 years, and I'm passionate about promoting accessibility in Daydream and in the AR and VR industry as a whole. So before we dive into making AR and VR more accessible, let's first have a quick overview as to what is augmented and virtual reality. Here's how we think about these technologies. We have VR, where the world is hidden from you and the virtual content surrounds you. VR can take you anywhere. And we have AR, where you still see the real world and virtual objects are superimposed on top. And so AR brings things to you. And let's talk about VR first. There's so many headsets out there right now, and the industry is growing rapidly. At Google, we've developed Cardboard and the Daydream View, and we partnered with Lenovo to make the Mirage Solo. These 3 headsets have a key distinction. So the 2 on the left there, Cardboard and Daydream View, they have 3 degrees of freedom tracking, which means you can rotate your head in any direction and look everywhere. The experience is kind of like a movie projected on a sphere around you, and you're in the center of that sphere, so you can look around, but you can't really lean in closer to any objects. And then we have the Mirage Solo with World Sense, which allows for 6 degrees of freedom tracking. That means not only can you look around, you can also move forward, back, up, down, left, right. And this allows for a much more natural interaction where you can duck when a snowball is thrown at you. Over the past few years, since Google's launched the Cardboard, there's been so many experiences that have been created. You've probably heard of games like Job Simulator or apps like YouTube VR. My personal favorite is Street View, where I can go anywhere in the world. They even have 360 photos up on the International Space Station. And there's also artistic apps like Tilt Brush and experiences for meditation, training, and so much more. And let's now move on to AR, where we can bring things to you. So Google's AR Core SDK, which just launched this year, allows you to create these experiences in Android, Unity, and Unreal Engine. These AR experiences cover similar areas to VR, and you can also do fun things like adding stickers like the Stormtrooper here. So moving along now.
So bringing in the concept of inclusive design, many people ask, well, what is inclusive design? Well, to me, it means being mindful in your choices so that you don't exclude someone accidentally by a lack of thought. The way I got involved here at Accessibility is when I was on Google Play Music. A test engineer came up and brought her device and a speaker, plugged them in. I heard button, 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 button. And I'm seeing people smile here because you know what this means, but I didn't at the time. What this means is that the application was not accessible. So I asked, what is this? And she said, well, this is your application. I said, well, that's stupid. How does someone use it? And she said, well, this is why I'm here. And it was at that moment that I realized that it takes 0 effort to make your experience or application not inclusive. It only takes a little bit to make it inclusive. So that's what we're here to talk about. And accessibility is one of the key lenses, one of the most tangible lenses for inclusive design. Well, why is accessibility important? Well, 1, it's the right thing to do. And 2, it's potentially big business. There are more than 1 billion people in the world who have some form of disability, about 15%. About 1 in 5 people in the US will have a disability at some point in their lives. There are even, just to give you another sense of this, there are more than 300 million people who are colorblind. That's more people who are colorblind than there are people in the United States. Another thing that's important to remember is accessibility is a spectrum. It's not a binary on-off thing. Many common ailments you may not recognize have some potential disabilities like nearsightedness, arthritis, or even a bad back. And there are still lots of nuances within these groupings of disabilities. It's more like cups instead of buckets, because as there are individual people, and people have different abilities, people have different kinds of disabilities, and they're very subtle. But fortunately, the things that help these different groups bring all the boats up together at the same time. You also want to think about situational or temporary impairments like a broken leg, or carrying a bag of groceries, or even using your device with bright sun. All of these things are situational impairments. And finally, different people learn at different speeds, either by disability or simply stress. So the core thing I want you to come away with is don't design for yourself. Design for the broadest possible markets, and you'll be surprised who you're supporting. How do you do this, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. One of the ways I talk about this is a thing called the curb cut. What a curb cut is that part of the sidewalk that is dipped down, usually in the corner of blocks. This is designed to allow people with wheelchairs to be able to get up onto the sidewalk. And that's really profoundly important. But it's also really useful for people with suitcases, or bicycles, or baby strollers. So the idea of a curb cut is something that can help many people, but it's profoundly impactful for people with disabilities. Another example, if you're to help address the needs of someone who is hard of hearing, you're also helping people who forgot their earbuds. And just so you know, this means captions, for example. You're helping people who forgot the earbuds. You're helping people on a noisy train, or conversely, in a quiet room where you don't want to make a lot of noise, or even non-native speakers. This one accommodation can help lots of people, more people than you might realize at the beginning. Another example, and here's one that's really close to my heart, or maybe many of you here. If you're stuck in an airplane seat, and some of you may have been in an airplane quite recently, you put on a headset, and something happens behind you, but you're strapped and you can't get around. Well, what do? Well, one curb cut is something that the Google Earth team solved. They actually rotate the world around you. So you actually can have what's happening behind you be moved into the front. Also, YouTube VR have solved the same kind of problem by rotating the world around you. So this way you've improved the world for people in wheelchairs, airplane seats, or even your comfy bed. There are few standards today in terms of accessibility around AR and VR. In fact, there are none. So here's an opportunity to really do something exciting that could really impact people's lives. Even before AR, people were using devices to help improve their lives. People were using their cameras on their cell phones to magnify something. Well, this is actually an assistive device called a magnifier. But people didn't realize they were using assistive tech. They were just using their phone to magnify something, and it makes their life better. That's the whole idea. But now, with modern AR and VR, you can fly anywhere in the world. So someone who is stuck in bed can visit the International Space Station. Or you can measure that couch in your room. Or if the game is designed as such, you can sort of see when someone's shooting from behind you, or how about when you're stressed. You can have the most important piece of information highlighted, or have everything else be ignored for you. This is pretty useful for everybody. And fortunately, each of these things are also profoundly impactful for people with different kinds of disabilities. And there's lots of ways that AR and VR can help people, perhaps in ways you don't expect.
Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to care for children and young adults with cancer and seen the difficulties that they have and the anxiety that they develop. When I watch them put on the headsets, you can see immediately the change in their body language, in their facial expression.
Wow.
My husband tried Tilt Brush.
That was a great deal of fun.
Subsequently, he went and bought art supplies. He took classes.
It took my mind away from just passively experiencing something.
Research is being done today that shows that VR can actually help people feel less pain. And it could change people's lives, introduce a new skill or talent they never knew that they had. A wise man once said, with great power comes great responsibility. So how do you start? Well, one place to start is with trusted experts. For over a decade, able gamers have helped countless gamers with disabilities either return to games after traumatic injury or start playing games despite a disability. They've even worked with Sony and Microsoft to add accessibility settings into their platforms. And they've come up with this concept called includification, which it comes in a free 48-page PDF. And many of the ideas from this talk come from this includification concept.
Let's dive into a little bit about what works today. So on the right there, you see the new Android O accessibility options and what it looks like. Many of the settings work right out of the box. Don't worry about trying to read it, though. It's kind of small. So here's the highlights. There's color and contrast adjustments, color corrections for different types of color deficiencies. So my little brother has trouble differentiating between red and green. He has a hard time telling who's the enemy team, who's the ally team, so he's just shooting around on the phone. And he actually turns on this color correction mode, and it helps him a lot. Turning on these settings automatically applies it to the AR and VR apps. We also have mono audio, which mixes the right and the left channels into a single channel, and then puts those two channels into both earbuds. So you can watch videos with just a single earbud. And this also works in AR and VR. We also have magnification, where you triple tap on the screen to zoom in. And this works really well in AR. And then we have switch access and talkback, which I'll get into. So designing for accessibility. Things that you can do today, well, switch access and talkback requires the app to support Android accessibility APIs. This is where you come in. The APIs are in Java, so you can integrate them into your Java or C++ apps. The switch access makes it possible for people with dexterity impairments to use your app with one or more switches. These switches can take the form of buttons, like the volume buttons on the side of the phone, or special sensors, like Stephen Hawking had sensors that detected his cheek muscle twitches. So with one button, you can press to cycle through the different items, like you see that blue box highlighting, and when you get to the one you want, you press the second button to select it. And then we have TalkBack, which is another way you can use to interact with your phone. But I'll let my friend Victor show you how he uses it in a simple tic-tac-toe app.
My name is Victor Tsaran, and I'm a technical program manager on the Android Accessibility Services team. Among other products, we work on TalkBack. TalkBack is a screen reader for people who are blind or visually impaired. The way you use TalkBack is via special touch gestures. The output, the feedback, is provided by speech.
Tic-tac-toe.
There are two ways you can navigate the screen with TalkBack. The first one is called linear navigation and is performed by swiping left and right with a single finger. When the element of interest is located, the user double taps on it to activate.
X placed in center. O's turn. O placed in bottom left. X empty space button. Row. X's turn. O's turn. O placed in bottom right.
Another method is called touch exploration. In this method, you drag the finger across the element on the screen. Once the element of interest is located, you double tap on it to activate.
O, column 2. Empty space button. X placed in center left. X wins.
Awesome. I'm glad he won. That tic-tac-toe app uses graphics that are rendered in OpenGL and C++ and allows Android accessibility APIs to interact with them. If you want, you can check out the code at github.com/Zork. And accessibility should not be an afterthought. This is taken from a recent trip to Japan. And in Japan, they have a lot of older houses and businesses where they retrofit it with ramps to make it more accessible. And this ramp here, I don't know if you can tell or not, it's like a 45-degree angle. So if I even tried to go forward, I would just tip forward. Interestingly enough, my girlfriend that took this picture, as she was trying to get back up that ramp, she just kept slipping and couldn't even get up. So not sure what's happening there. This is another one. I still don't understand what those are for. So start thinking about it today. Start testing, talking, and listening. Your users have a lot to say. Test your apps in suboptimal conditions with limited capabilities, like with bright sunlight or a noisy environment or holding a cup of coffee in one hand. Understand your users' needs by reaching out to the community. Reach out to friends or friends of friends, people with different accessibility needs, and listen to what they have to say with an open mind. They have valuable perspectives to share. And how should you test your apps? We think that inclusive design shouldn't just be the job of a single accessibility engineer or a team of engineers. It should be considered at all phases of the development, from idea to design to develop, all the way to launch. So we've created this mnemonic to make it easy to promote inclusive design process to all of your developers. And this mnemonic is this Saturday morning test. So imagine for a second, you woke up on a Saturday morning, you're groggy, you've forgot your glasses and your headphones, and you just want to sit down in a comfy chair and play some VR. Well, this situation simulates a significant portion of different accessibility needs. And if you have perfect vision, borrow someone else's glasses, try those on. With these limitations, make sure of these 4 things: that controls are simple, the text is readable, the items are reachable, and the audio is optional. So again, accessibility is an important lens of inclusive design. And let's dive into the specifics of how you can apply inclusive design to your immersive applications. There's many opportunities for actions, and we can break these down into 4 big categories of accessibility needs: mobility and dexterity, visual, audio, and cognitive. And we'll first cover mobility and dexterity needs. This is one of the largest areas of impact and one of the easiest to make accommodations for. Again, these include temporary and permanent disabilities. So the surface area here is really large. I'll run through it really quickly. So hold on. We have people with one hand available, or you're just holding a cup of coffee. People with shaky hands, or you drank too much coffee. You have people with limited finger dexterity, with challenges grasping things and pressing buttons, or people just wearing gloves. You have people with a hard time bending down, grabbing things off the floor, or up high off shelves. And people of different heights. And then you have people laying down, sitting down, difficulties turning around, or perhaps they're in an airplane seat. And this is one of my personal difficulties. Ever since I started using a wheelchair, honestly, VR has been a lot harder. Tripping over the cord used to be an issue. It's a lot harder to step over the cord with a wheelchair. I also have trouble holding things and moving around. So if I'm holding the 2 controllers and trying to push my chair, it's not really happening. And I also have finger dexterity problems where some of the muscles in my hands just don't work. So I have trouble pressing some buttons. Like I jumped back into this game I used to play, and the enemies were chasing after me, and I can't press that sprint button. So I was casually walking away, and then didn't end well there. And I also have trouble looking behind me when things are all the way back there. So actually, this is a good opportunity for us to do a real exercise together. So if I can get your participation, please. Let's just indulge me for a second and suspend your disbeliefs. Let's pretend we're Luke Skywalker, Jedi in training, holding a lightsaber in front of you. And there's a drone flying around you, shooting lasers at you. Now you must defend yourself from this drone shooting lasers at you. So before you do it, let's try to notice the things that happen as you do this experiment, all right? So the drone's in front of you. You're blocking these shots off in front of you, all right? Come on. And then now the drone's to your right. So turn to your right, block those shots, all right? Don't feel shy about your neighbors. And the drone's behind you, turn all the way behind you, And then now the drone's to your left. So I'm going to turn 270 degrees to my left, all right? And then now the drone's back in front of you. So how did you do? There are some good insights we can pull out of this. Although it's possible to turn around and block all of these shots, it's difficult. And if you're under a time constraint, it makes it impossible to use this application. And you want to really test these situations yourself. Don't feel silly. These are very valuable insights. So not only does this apply to me, it applies to you sitting in these conference chairs. You don't want to whack your neighbors with that lightsaber or the person behind you. And you don't want to look silly sometimes in these public situations. And make sure that these interactions are useful in your app as you do these experiments. Now let's dive into some details on how to make your app more accessible. So, you saw that example of Google Earth VR, allowing you to rotate the space around you with the controller. Notice how there's also this tunnel vision effect, where it blurs out the surroundings and creates this grid that matches your real-world coordinates, so you don't get motion sickness. And Google Earth VR also allows you to move places with the controller. This is super valuable for someone trying to move around without actually having the space or sitting in a chair. And it's also valuable to give users the control of having incremental versus smooth rotations and movements. This means snapping those rotations to 15-degree increments versus smoothly going around, or jumping forward versus smoothly gliding forward. And this provides users a choice of comfort versus finer-grained control. And then let's talk about height. There's users of different heights, and it's super common in VR, especially with little kids these days getting really excited about this new technology. My little sister loves Job Simulator. When it first came out, she played it all the time, but she couldn't reach some of the items off the high shelves. She's a 13-year-old girl about this tall. So one day we discovered that they added this new shorter human mode at the launch screen. You turn it on, and the world shrinks down into a dollhouse. Well, you're feeling like this 10-foot giant inside this house, and you can just reach everything with ease. And she's logged 50-something hours on this game now. Generally, you should design to minimize for reaching down low or up high. Perhaps using a magnetic hand to grab things would be one way to solve this. And interestingly enough, with 3 degrees of freedom controllers, like on the Daydream View and the Mirage Solo, the hardware allows for more accessible experiences. There's no need to reach up or down. And custom controls, allowing users to choose what works best for them. So for me, having the ability to remap that sprint button, I can finally use that game again, and I play and I can run away from the enemies. And giving users assisted controls is another way to help. Some UI buttons are just too small or not obvious that they're interactable. So using this bendy laser is one way to solve that problem. And shaky hands from your morning coffee won't be a problem anymore either. A lot of these concepts are borrowed from gaming, like assisted aiming or assisted driving. These are well-established interactions in console games already, and they would be super valuable for VR experiences as well. And finally, sensitivity adjustments on different controls, so the joystick, rotations, etc. It allows users to choose between finer-grained control versus faster movement. And now let's talk about mobile AR interactions. Mobile AR borrows a lot from mobile itself. The interactions are well-defined for 2D UI, but for 3D UI like this, you want to have adjustable size and rotations for different objects. This is another great curb cut opportunity in AR, as it allows for people to use your app in small spaces, but it profoundly impacts those using your app stuck in a chair. And for me, I can't really see up high or reach very far, and so I can move the objects to places that works best for me. And having large tap targets, it forces for simpler user interfaces, friendlier UI, and also makes text more readable. Generally, you want the tap targets to be at least like finger size. And finally, having alternative gestures. So an alternative to swiping or shaking the phone, having an extra tap target to do these interactions would be useful. Now onto visual impairments.
So as you look towards visual impairments, the groups of people that you'll be supporting are people without glasses, people with glasses, people with high contrast needs or color deficiencies, non-stereoscopic vision, people who are visually impaired or blind. This covers an awful lot of people throughout different phases of your life. One of the most important things you can do is have, and you'll hear me say this a couple of times, multimodal affordances. Here, this is a matter of having audio and text at the same time. If you have a narrative, have it voiced over and written down. This will help for people with both audio impairments and visual impairments. The next is support of large text and large fonts. That is so much easier to see if you can. And the next one sort of is a contrary, good contrast in terms of your UI. You probably can't read all of the letters there because I intentionally made the contrast bad to reproduce the situation. Because if the contrast is bad, it don't matter. People can't see it. And finally, if you want to support people with color blindness, don't use only color to support things like health or progress. Please use dedicated icons or textures in addition to the color, because this is a different way to tell the difference. And always, please try to use a colorblind safe palette. Now, a lot of people ask when I talk about I do work in accessibility and AR and VR, people ask, well, how do blind people use AR or VR? And I say, well, right now it's really hard. And hopefully this is something that we all can work on together. Because at this time, there's no support in the major game engines for accessibility services. What happens is the UI in three-dimensional space are literally just textures hanging out there with a script attached. There's no such thing as a VR checkbox or text box. It's just a floating texture that has a script that allows it to act like a text box. There's no window manager. There's no way for the accessibility services to understand how to navigate what these things are. So this is work that needs to get done. Now, this is not only true for VR or 3D within AR. This is actually true within all 3D games as well. So to that end, please don't forget the accessibility services glue code we mentioned a little while ago from Zork, github.com/Zork. Yes, it's that Zork. And if you do want this, please reach out to the game engine manufacturers and game engine developers. There's lots of indie game developers. It's not just the Unholy Duo. Reach out, ask for it so they can do it. Moving on towards hearing impairments. Here you're helping people with impairments, hearing impairments, but also, again, it's the noisy environments or the quieter environments or people without their headphones. Here again, there's just that multimodal affordance with the audio and video happening at the same time. Captions and narration, it's the same idea, but slightly different instances. In captions, it's normally video. But in narration, it's cutscenes of a game or just any kind of conversation. Please include the captions or narration in these things so everyone can enjoy the story that you're building. And often, if you have avatars in either VR or AR, we find captions are often connected with like a word bubble or a thought bubble. That's pretty useful as long as people know where to look, so be careful with that. But in terms of captions, this is really important, and unfortunately, not all platforms support closed captioning in VR. YouTube VR has always supported captions, and the way YouTube VR does it is called headlocked. So it's this little black box with white letters, and as you turn your head, it spins around with you. Because there's no way for us to tell where for it to go, but at least it's there. But again, not all VR platforms support this. So if you have video, or if you're using video in an application, please burn it into the video. It's not the best solution. The best solution is to support captions, but if you can't, please at least do this. And when you're doing it, there's sort of two standards that are most common. One is a 3-up, like you see here. It's 12, 4, and 7. And the idea here is to make sure there's always some bit of the captions available in the peripheral vision so you know that there's something happening. But what's happening and becoming more common is 4-up, sort of north, south, east, west, or all the same sides of a cube. Put your captions in these places, and everyone should be able to find them. Now, there's this new format called VR 180, which we just announced with the Lenovo Mirage. This is a great camera, and the way to make sure that you have your captions, when you go into YouTube, put everything in a 16:9 crop, and everything should be visible there, and that works just fine. Moving on towards cognitive impairments. The people that you help here are distracted users, like parents. People with difficulty remembering or understanding language, like parents, or foreign language speakers. And what you do here is you want to make your UI simple and easy to use. Now, this isn't your thorough simplify, simplify, simplify. This is think about the uses of your video, the uses of your UI. How do you guide someone from one idea to the next? Make it intuitive, not just beautiful. If you're talking about a situation where you have levels, there's three things here that are useful. One is have a sandbox level. For people who have a hard time learning or hard time manipulating controls, give them a place where they can mess around and learn how to use your game or your experience without having it impact their ability to actually play the game moving forward. If you can't do that, make sure you have a good training. So you give people a safe place, an opportunity to learn how to build and how to play your game, how to use your interaction. And then finally, have different difficulty modes. It's the standard easy, medium, and hard, but you don't want to be mean. You don't want to tell anyone you're going easy on them. So I really like this story, balanced and challenged that some games have talked about. It's a lot nicer, but it gets the same idea. If you want someone to hear your story, don't stop them. Let them play to their ability. And finally, sometimes people just can't get through the level, so why should they be stopped in the process of getting through your story? In this case, come up with an auto pass. Say, if you can't get past it in 10 times, ask, do you want to move on to the next level so they can see what your story is? Sometimes they'll say yes, sometimes they'll say no. But why prevent them from having the choice? So auto pass is a really nice way to help people understand and finish the work that you've done. Now, taking the step up from sort of the game environment. About an hour ago, we've just announced, my team in Essential Accessibility has just announced an application called Lookout. What this is an AR application that uses the camera and it uses a visual detection of the world around you, and it provides an audio description of the world around you. So in the image here, we have, on the left, we have a picture of lavender, and there's a caption that says lavender. And what you would hear is lavender at 12 o'clock. On the right-hand side, we have a series of contexts. So the important thing is there's three things I want to talk about here that are important. That context menu is actually surprisingly important, because unless we know your context, we don't know what to say, or more importantly, we don't know what not to say. If we don't know what you care about, we'll read everything to you. If I had this right here, I'd say person, 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 and it's all correct, but it doesn't matter. So providing the context gives you an opportunity to actually say the things that matter in real time. The second thing is, a blind user uses the camera very differently than you expect. It's really true. When our testing, all of our engineers, because they're sighted, would generally localize the camera on the thing that they wanted to have recognized. Yet we went into user testing, boy, did we see really different kinds of things. So what we ended up having to do is actually capture all of the video as things are moving around, stitch it together into a very, very large image, and then run an SCR on all of it. Then we finally got the results that we were looking for. And finally, spatialness. Where are things in space matters a lot. If I'm describing to you that there is lavender in front of you, it makes a big difference if it's at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or 12 o'clock. So when you're trying to guide someone to something, that sense of space and where things are is really important in terms of understanding the world around you. So in conclusion, y'all can wake up now. Please don't forget these key points. 1, don't design for yourself or your situation.
2, test, talk, and listen. Sit down and take the Saturday morning test. Check that controls are simple, text is readable, items are reachable, audio is optional. And think about the different types of needs, from mobility, visual, auditory, and cognitive.
What are your curb cuts? What is something that you can do that helps everybody, but has a profound impact on someone with disabilities? And if you remember nothing else, you can always go to Able Gamers Includification. This is a really great resource if you want like a one-stop shop for everything.
We want to hear from you. Provide feedback on the session at that link. And thank you so much for attending our talk.
Thank you.
Swim
with Android KTX, we can just call toURI on the string. When we want to save a value in share preferences, our code will look like this. We edit the preferences, put the value, and then call apply. With the extension, we just need to call edit and pass a lambda block with the action. Under the hood, it actually does the same thing as the previous code. Working with classes from the graphics package, we've added extension functions for some of the most important classes there: canvas, bitmap, path, color, and others. So let's say that we want to draw the difference between two paths offset downward by 100 pixels. First, we get the difference of the paths. Then we translate the canvas, and afterwards we draw the new path. All of this code can now be simplified like this. Okay, let's take another example, this time with a view, and say that we want to execute an action before the view is drawn. The default implementation requires us to add an onPreDraw listener, make sure it's removed before the action is triggered, and then trigger the action. With Android KTX, we can just call doOnPreDraw on our view and trigger the action. These are just a few of the extensions available so far. Check out the docs to find out what else we have there. If you want to suggest more ideas for extension functions and you'd like to contribute, check out the Android KTX GitHub project. We're still in preview, the API is not stable yet, so your feedback is valuable and can shape the library. This is just the beginning of Android KTX. We're working on extensions for support library and architecture components. Kotlin on Android is here to stay, and we have big plans for it. Follow us on GitHub, YouTube, and Twitter for more news.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. This is I/O Live.
Hi and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here today with Sasha Preuster, Director of Product of Android TV.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, Sasha, what's new with Android TV?
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we're excited to talk specifically with developers at Google I/O, because it is a developer conference after all. So we do a lot of talks and sessions here about how TV app developers can actually integrate really well with Android TV. So as you can see on the screen, if I just scroll around a little bit, we want app developers to get their top content and like really beautiful pictures, all the metadata on screen, but we want to make sure it's not only YouTube or HBO that can do that stuff. We want every app developer can do this, right? So we talk a lot about new ways how you can do this integration really nice, what ways we have to help you with this, and basically want to enable developers to have really the best content on the TV and make the content really shine, because we want to help them to make the apps popular, right? And then obviously it's Google I/O, so we're talking about Android P as well. So we have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new like fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? But also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P, where, for example, with external camera support, so you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. Yeah, and that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolled out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound, and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa and control your TV device or any device connected to the soundbar. So you can ask things like, "Hey Google, what's my agenda today?"
Today, there's only one thing on your calendar. It's at 6 p.m. and its title is Pick Up the Dog.
Yeah, I really shouldn't forget that. But it's really nice. You don't have to get up from the couch, look for the remote control anymore. You just talk to your TV in a very natural way. "Hey Google, go home."
Okay, great, so I can continue losing my remote control. Thanks. Okay, but still, I'm an Android developer, so what can I do practically? Is there some code that I can already write?
Yeah, I mean, you could download the Android P Preview SDK with your emulator, but we know developers want to work with real hardware. So one really cool thing we are announcing here at Google I/O is the ADT2 developer device. It's for those of you who have been developing for Android TV for a while, might remember we had an ADT1 developer device in 2014, launched at Google I/O, and after 4 years we thought it's time to do that again. So it's a neat little Android TV dongle you can connect to your TV. You can sign up for this. We have a sign-up form live, and we are selecting, it's a limited edition device, but we make sure a lot of developers are getting one of those. It's a real cool, small Android TV dongle, voice-enabled remote control, so all the things we've been talking about, content integration, assistant integration for your apps, you can try that all out on the device.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sasha. So we already have a lot of new things for Android TV, both for developers and for end users. So now all we need to do is check out the developer documentation and also sign up for the dongle. Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you.
This is Florina for I/O Live. To make Android development with Kotlin more clear, pleasant, and idiomatic when working with Android framework classes, we created Android Kotlin extensions, a set of extensions to the framework that cover some of the most commonly used classes like View, Shared Preferences, Canvas, Animator, and others. For now, Android KTX is in preview, and the API is likely to change before reaching the stable version. But here's how to integrate it in your projects to check it out, some examples of usage, and how you can contribute. In the build.gradle file of our app, add the Google repository, if it's not there already, and then add the Android KTX library to your dependencies. Let's start with a simple example. Let's say that we want to create a URI from a string. Normally, you would call URI.parse on the string, but with Android KTX, we can just call toURI on the string. When we want to save a value in Share Preferences, our code will look like this. We edit the preferences, put the value, and then call apply. With the extension, we just need to call edit and pass a Lambda block with the action. Under the hood, it actually does the same thing as the previous code. Working with classes from the graphics package, we've added extension functions for some of the most important classes there: Canvas, Bitmap, Path, Color, and others. So let's say that we want to draw the difference between two paths offset downward by 100 pixels. First, we get the difference of the paths. Then we translate the canvas, and afterwards we draw the new path. All of this code can now be simplified like this. Okay, let's take another example, this time with a view, and say that we want to execute an action before the view is drawn. The default implementation requires us to add an onPreDraw listener, make sure it's removed before the action is triggered, and then trigger the action. With Android KTX, we can just call doOnPreDraw on our view and trigger the action. These are just a few of the extensions available so far. Check out the docs to find out what else we have there. If you want to suggest more ideas for extension functions and you'd like to contribute, check out the Android KTX GitHub project. We're still in preview, the API is not stable yet, so your feedback is valuable and can shape the library. This is just the beginning of Android KTX. We're working on extensions for support library and architecture components. Kotlin on Android is here to stay, and we have big plans for it. Follow us on GitHub, YouTube, and Twitter for more news.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. This is I/O Live.
Hi and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here today with Sasha Preuster, Director of Product of Android TV.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, Sasha, what's new with Android TV?
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we're excited to talk specifically with developers at Google I/O, because it is a developer conference after all. So we do a lot of talks and sessions here about how TV app developers can actually integrate really well with Android TV. So as you can see on the screen, if I just scroll around a little bit, we want app developers to get their top content and like really beautiful pictures, all the metadata on screen, but we want to make sure it's not only YouTube or HBO that can do that stuff. We want every app developer can do this, right? So we talk a lot about new ways how you can do this integration really nice, what ways we have to help you with this, and basically want to enable developers to have really the best content on the TV and make the content really shine, because we want to help them to make their apps popular, right? And then obviously it's Google I/O, so we're talking about Android P as well. So we have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new like fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? But also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P, where, for example, we have external camera support, so you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. Yeah, and that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolls out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound, and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa and control your TV device or any device connected to the soundbar. So you can ask.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session on subscriptions on Google Play. I want to give a special shout out to all the people around the world watching us right now on the live stream. Yeah, woo! My name is Larry Yang. I'm a product manager on the Google Play billing platform. Today, I'm joined by my fellow product manager, Angela, and our business development lead, Nico. Say hi, everyone.
Hi,
everybody. All right, let's kick things off with a quick show of hands. Who here is already running a subscriptions business on Google Play? Wow, that's like over half the room. That's awesome. All right. Who here is looking to get started on running a subscriptions business on Play? All right, that's like about a third of the room. That's awesome. Well, I have good news for all of you. Today, we're going to run through a whole bunch of features and capabilities that you can use right now to start a subscriptions business, whether you're already have an existing business and you're looking to optimize or grow, or if you're just looking to get something started. But before we jump in, let's take a quick look at why we're even all here talking about subscriptions. Subscriptions is one of the fastest growing businesses on mobile today. And it's no surprise, users have been telling us that they love subscriptions. They love the value that subscriptions provide, and they love the access to continuous fresh content that they get via a subscription service. And users have demonstrated this love by making subscriptions a part of their daily lives. In fact, 62% of paid Android subscribers use their subscription app at least once every single day. And because users love subscriptions, developers love them too. Let's watch a short video highlighting some of the great success that you developers have had on subscriptions on Google Play. All right, that's pretty cool, huh? So this is a real testament to all the great work that you developers have done on subscriptions on Google Play. But together, we can do so much more. So today, we're going to share 3 things with you. First, we'll recap some of the features we've rolled out recently and share some of the successes that developers have seen with those recent features. Next, we're going to announce a dozen new features that you can put to work right away to help grow your business. And finally, we'll give a sneak peek at some of the ideas that we have around the corner, but more importantly, tell you what you can do today to be ready for when those features are available. So Nico, why don't you come on up and get us started? Tell us about what some of the successes developers are having today.
Thanks, Larry. The past 12 months have been truly exciting for subscriptions on Google Play. We, as a team, have worked hard to address the biggest challenges you are facing as developers. For example, minimizing churn. So I quickly want to run through 3 features we have seen successful developers use to do just that. Number 1 is real-time developer notifications. Real-time developer notifications give you immediate notifications when the subscriber state changes. For example, a subscriber renews or cancels. Essentially, it changes the way you operate your subscription business on Google Play, especially in regards to minimizing subscriber churn. Let me quote 2 of our top developers on this feature. Brain training app Alavet says, real-time developer notifications have helped them identify the exact moments a user cancels so they can remind them of the benefits of a subscription and entice them to resubscribe. And music streaming Anrami loves real-time developer notifications because it lets them predict subscriber churn real-time and quickly target canceling users with win-back offers. The bottom line is, for developers serious about retention, real-time developer notifications have become a must. Secondly, we invested quite a bit in helping you combat involuntary churn because it's just so painful. You spend all this time building a great product or service, then you convince users to become subscribers to your product just so they may churn because, for example, they forgot to update their form of payment. That's why we have seen such great success with a grace period, which allows us to retry to charge subscribers whose payment has failed for a defined period of time. And account hold, which lets you put subscribers in a suspended state until they update their form of payment. As you can see here in the example provided by our partner MusicMatch, that's notifying the user about the payment that has failed. Lastly, we've heard really great feedback on the Play Console subscription reports we launched at I/O last year on this stage, actually over there, and how it provides many ways to analyze your business and find optimization potential. Developers have made it the primary destination for business intelligence for anybody working on subscriptions in their company. So to quickly summarize, our most successful developers show us how these features help them build great subscription services today. So we recommend all of you to check them out if you're not already using them anyways. OK, enough of features you already know. I want to welcome Angela to tell you all about the new things we're announcing.
Thanks, Nico. We've talked about how much users love subscriptions. And we strongly believe that by building a great user experience, we're also building a high-quality subscriber base. But we know that the user experience is not always perfect. So just taking a quick straw poll out there, how many of you have hesitated to sign up for a subscription service because you thought it would be too annoying to cancel, or it was just going to be a hassle to remember? I know I have, and I see a bunch of you guys have as well. And this is what we found in our user research. Users told us that while they can derive a lot of value out of their subscriptions once they've signed up, they also feel like they'll be trapped in the subscription without the ability to cancel. And since the majority of our users also have multiple subscriptions to manage, they're worried that they'll lose track of how much they're spending. These fears create a barrier for users signing up for your subscription apps, and we want to address that fear. And so we're really excited to announce that we're launching a new subscription center. This is a one-stop shop for users to manage their subscriptions in Google Play. We've done a complete UX overhaul of our old subscriptions page to make it easier for users to get more information about their subscription, easily fix their payment issues, and do other actions, such as restore their subscription. But rather than talk about it, let me just show you how it works. Nico has graciously volunteered to be my demo person.
Yes.
Oh. Could I get 2 forward on the slides, please? OK, we're just going to do this.
Do you want to go to the demo?
Yeah, so let's go to demo A. Yeah. OK, so Nico, could you open the Play Store and open the hamburger menu? OK, so we're looking at Vincent Verley's account. And we can see that subscriptions is now in a very prominent position on the hamburger menu. This is something new that has already been launched. So let's see what happens when you go into subscriptions. So Vincent doesn't actually have any subscriptions, but there's a new empty state with a Get Started link. So let's see what happens when you tap Get Started. When we tap Get Started, we see that there's a whole new selection of different subscription apps that the users can explore. And keep in mind that this is not the final version. This is something that our amazing merchandising team is working on, making a better experience day after day. So let's actually see what the subscription center looks when the user has some subscriptions. Can you switch to Wendy's account, please?
Yeah.
OK, so we can see that Wendy actually has 3 subscriptions in her account. One of them has a payment decline, which needs to be addressed. But in general, we can see that she has all this information about her subscription, including the SKU name, which is something that we didn't have before. And in order to go in and manage a specific subscription, we just have to tap somewhere. So Nico, let's tap on Pearl and Stott to manage that subscription. So let's say that Wendy just got a new credit card, and she wants to use that for her subscription, and she wants to update that payment method. So Nico, let's tap Update under Primary Payment Method. So now we can see all of the payment methods that Wendy has in her account. So let's go ahead and switch that to the new credit card. So we're done now, right? Well, we've actually launched a cool new feature. So you could either tap Got It, and Wendy can go back to enjoying her bubble tea subscription, or we can tap Add Backup to add a backup payment method, which is a payment method that will charge in case the primary fails. And this is also a new feature that we have already launched and is available today. So let's go ahead and use that old credit card as the backup. Awesome. And so now we're all set. So let's switch back to the slides, please. Sorry. OK. With the launch of the Subscription Center, we're also launching new deep links specifically designed for developers. You can direct your users to manage or fix their subscriptions from your app, over email, over web, really over any platform. And it's super easy to implement. All you really need is the package name and the SKU name to construct the deep link. And then you can put that deep link in a button or a link from any of your properties. So let's cut back to the demo to see how this works. So, Nico, I need my Yak fix. Can you open the fabulous Yak app?
Sure.
Oh, man. I wanted to access that premium article about yaks, but all I see is a dead yak. So I guess let's manage payment methods and see what happens. OK, so I just followed the deep link, and now I'm in the Manage Subscription page for the fabulous Yak app. And I can see that there's an action required. So there's a problem with my account. And that the awesome thing is that there's also a CTA for me to fix this problem. So let's go ahead and fix that problem. So it looks like the old credit card, which is actually the credit card which we wanted to update earlier, has been declined. So let's go ahead and update that to the new one. Awesome. So now it looks like the subscription has been updated. Why don't we check whether we can access the Yak Premium subscription again? Nice. The payment's been fixed, and we're back to the premium experience. And that Yak is so happy. He's just over the moon with joy. Let's cut back to the slides, please. Finally, I'm very, very excited to announce that we'll be launching a survey to users for when they cancel this subscription. This is a feature that many, many of you have asked for. And you can access the survey answers through our server-side API today. And eventually, you'll also be able to see the answers in console reporting. So we're still rolling out the user-facing changes. But because we've already launched the API, if you query it today, you'll see a small percentage of the answers that users have already input. So let's get back to the demo to see how this works. So Nico, let's go to the Play Store and to Wendy's account again. So Wendy is not only a big fan of yaks, she also loves narwhals. But she's gotten kind of tired of the Narwhal monthly newsletter, so let's just cancel that subscription for her. So let's go into Narwhal, and then it's really easy. We just tap Cancel Subscription. Now what we see is a quick survey for the user to give the developer some feedback as to why they're canceling. And there are already a few pre-written answers, but Wendy has a pretty specific reason and can select Other to type in that reason. So Nico, she told you what that reason was, right?
She did indeed. She said there are not enough narwhals.
I mean, I guess they are an endangered species, so that makes sense. All right, let's finish canceling that subscription. Cool. And the nice thing is, even if tomorrow Wendy wakes up and she's realized she's made a huge mistake, she can actually go back and restore her subscription in the Subscription Center. So let's go ahead and restore that subscription. Awesome. So now Wendy can continue to enjoy her Narwhal subscription even next month. And that's it for the demo. So let's go back to the presentation. At Google, we've always believed that if you focus on the user, all else will follow. Because of this new user-first experience to easily manage subscriptions, users will trust our store and engage more with your apps. With the Subscription Center, we'll also be able to deliver more capabilities to you, the developer. The Deep Link and Cancel Survey are just 2 examples of these new abilities. So let's go back to Larry and Nico, who will tell you about the other new developer features that we're coming out with.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you, Angela. Can we get a round of applause for a flawless demo execution? So when I'm not busy demoing things at I/O, so to say in real life, I'm part of the Google Play Business Development team. The Google Play Business Development team works on a daily basis, works directly with subscription developers of all kinds of backgrounds around the world. Naturally, we hear a lot of feedback and ideas for features, which we then take to our PM teams, such as Larry or Angela, to see how we can solve these things we hear about. So one of the requests is that you developers told us you want more flexibility in issuing refunds to your users. Currently, on the server-side API, you can only refund the latest subscription order using the purchase token. You cannot issue a refund using the order ID, issue a refund for previous subscription orders, or do partial refunds. And that's really not ideal when dealing with subscribers.
Well, I have great news for you, Nico, and for everyone here. We've now closed these gaps. We're extending the server-side API now to support refunds using order IDs. That means now you can refund a specific subscription renewal, not just the latest one. And starting today, you can also issue partial refunds. You can do that on the Play console. You can actually go over to our sandbox afterwards and see a demo of that in action. And this feature will also be available on our server-side API next week.
Cool. I'm sure that will make a lot of developers really happy. Another request we've heard a lot. It's maybe the longest standing feature request that I personally know of is price changes. At the moment, you cannot change the price of an SKU once it's been created. Obviously, that is very limiting for businesses, especially for businesses whose costs have gone up. So currently, the only way to do this is to create a new SKU and get users to upgrade. That also means that you, the developers, have to do all the heavy lifting, like messaging users or canceling users who don't upgrade.
So we've heard so much about this feature from Nico and other business development partners that we figured the easiest way to make them happy was to just build the feature. So I'm pleased to announce we now support mandatory price changes on existing SKUs. All right. Yeah, see? You made everyone happy now. So let's say you need to roll out a price change to all your users. Maybe your cost of content has gone up, or the tax structure has changed in one of the countries you do business in. So now all you need to do is you go to the Play console, choose the country or countries where you need to change the price, enter the new price, and click Save. And you're done. 30 days before the user's renewal date, Play starts sending emails and push notifications asking the user to agree to that price change. We also give you, the developer, a 7-day head start, so you can also message the user in-app. If that renewal date comes and the user has not agreed to the price change, we will take care of canceling that user. This feature is currently in early access. If you're interested in trying it out and joining our early access program, please visit the link that you see on the screen here.
I think it's so awesome that we finally let developers do that, give you that flexibility to actually build your business. I'm sure developers will love this additional flexibility and building their subscription business on Play. Which actually brings me to another ask. I mentioned earlier how much developers love the subscription reports and that retention is a key topic. So what we've heard quite a bit is that you, developers, ask for reports that provide even more details, especially on the topics on retention and cancellations. So Larry, I know we have a lot to share here. You want to jump right in?
Yep. So we have a lot of great news in this area as well. So at I/O last year, we announced a brand new subscriptions dashboard. A lot of developers have told us that they love their reports, and many of our top developers use those reports every day to gain insights onto their business. But you have all asked for more capabilities, which is why we've extended 2 new capabilities in our subscription reports. Let's take a quick look at what those are. First, we're creating a new retention report. Now, it's super easy to go in and look at specific cohorts, say by SKU or dates or by country. Now, you can also drill into your free trial conversion and other interesting metrics in this report. And you can also look specifically at how many renewal periods various users in the cohorts have advanced through. After all, that's the name of the game when you're running a subscriptions business. So the second change we're making is we're making improvements to the cancellation report. here's where you will see the data from the cancellation survey that Angela and Nico showed you earlier. And we'll also give you details on how your win-back and your retention features are performing, such as account hold and grace period. All in all, this feature will be rolling out over the next few weeks, and it's going to help subscription developers like you understand and optimize your entire user lifecycle. You can get more details on our new reporting capabilities in tomorrow's session on analyzing and benchmarking over on stage 3 at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
OK, I know I said a lot, but are you done now? I think we have more things to announce.
Wait, no, I got a few more things I just got to squeeze in. Our engineers have done so much stuff. Okay. Just give me a few more seconds.
You go, I sit down in the meantime.
I wish we had more time. They told us they're going to just cut us off at the end of this session. So just real quick here. There's a couple other things with the world I want to share with you all. You all have asked for the ability to do quicker renewals on your test subscriptions. So we've now rolled that capability out. For example, a monthly test subscription will now renew in just 5 minutes. You also wanted the ability to create an intro price period that's different from your regular recurrence period. So we've now rolled out that capability. So you could say, for example, offer $1 for 90 days and then kick into $10 a month on your subscription. And finally, we have the capability for you to offer an upgrade, but keep the user's renewal date and charge an incremental prorated price. This last feature is only available with the Play billing library, which you'll hear a little bit more about later.
All right, thanks, Larry. I think my brain hurts from trying to remember all those new features you just covered. So let's just recap. We've launched 12 new features in total, both for users and for developers. On the user side, we've created a better user experience with the new Subscription Center, including app discovery, backup payment method, new deep linking, and a cancel survey. For the developer, we're giving you a ton more flexibility, including improved refunds, ability to change SKU prices, and advanced reporting, and more. We've bolded the features that are available now, so go check them out as soon as you can. All of these other features we're working on rolling out in the next couple of weeks. So these are the features that we've been working on this past year. But what are we going to do next year and the year after that? Larry, do you want to tell them more?
Yes. So these features we just shared are things you can use right now to grow your business. But we're not done. Our engineers are hard at work coming up with new features that will help you acquire and retain your subscribers. So for example, imagine if your users could sign up outside of your app, say from the Play Store or from anywhere else on the web. Or what if your users could pay with cash? Or what if we offered the option for users to temporarily pause their subscription instead of outright canceling them? Or maybe we can help you win back users by getting them to reactivate a subscription well after the subscription has expired.
OK, but wait a sec, Larry. As exciting as that sounds, does it mean that every single time we launch one of these new features, our developers have to rewrite all of their code? You know,
I knew you were going to ask that, so we've thought a lot about this. So our goal is to be able to build all these features in such a way so that you don't have to do as little work as possible. Our goal is to get as close as possible to zero integration. And we want that to happen on both the client side with your app, as well as on your server-side integration.
That sounds great, but how are you going to do that?
All right, just relax. I got this. All right, let me just give me a few minutes. I'll talk through how we're going to make this happen. All right. So first, let's talk about what you need to do on your client side. So last fall at Playtime, we announced version 1.0 of the Play billing library. The Play billing library is an abstraction layer on top of your ADL file. API updates are picked up automatically when you update your build dependency file and the next time you compile your app. So now there's no more searching reference code, sample code, and copying it and hoping you got the right version and all that. It's all taken care of automatically. Today, we're announcing version 1.1 of the Play billing library. This version includes the feature I mentioned earlier, where you can upgrade and keep the expiration date. And when we roll out price changes, that feature will also only be available via the Play billing library. Using the Play billing library is very, very simple. There's just 3 easy steps. Now, since no I/O presentation is complete without showing some code, I'm going to go and show a few of the code examples for this. Now, you're probably thinking, oh no, we're near the end of the session. Now you're going to show me a bunch of code. Don't worry. The whole point of showing you this code is to show you just really how little code it takes to use the billing library. So first, all you need to do is add this one line to your build.gradle dependency file. Second, you need to, of course, create the billing client instance. And to do that, set up the listener and connect to Google Play. Of course, don't forget to build your own retry policy in case your client loses a connection. And the third and final step is, of course, to call the proper method as you go through your purchase life cycle, just like you do today. And that's it.
OK. I'm convinced. It's so straightforward that even I get it. And it's actually very close to zero integration. But still, it's late afternoon, and I think we've had enough slides with code. So, and then at the end of the day, what really matters is how developers actually like it. And my favorite quote here comes from Joe Birch. He's an Android Eng lead at Buffer, and he's also a Google developer expert who called the Google Play billing library a dream come true. And we're making this dream come true for thousands of developers today already. So if you, like me, did not memorize the code on those slides, note down this link here on the slide to learn more.
So remember, with the Play billing library, one, your integration is much, much simpler, just a lot less code to manage. New features rolling out in the future will only be available using the Play billing library. Currently, it's only available for Java and Kotlin developers, but a C++ version is coming soon. OK, so that's what you need to do on your client side. Now, here's what you need to do on your server side. Earlier, we talked about real-time developer notifications. Let me go through a little bit of detail on what it is and how you can use it today, and then how it will prepare you for the future. So with real-time developer notifications, you set up a Google Cloud PubSub integration, and we send you real-time messages whenever important events happen with your user's subscription. So for example, when you have a new user that signs up or an existing user that renews, we'll send you a message, and you now know you need to continue or you need to grant a new entitlement or continue to grant entitlement to that user. If today you've integrated and implemented account hold, and by the way, in case you weren't looking in that video, you really, really should integrate with account hold. We now send you a real-time developer notification when the user has a payment issue and goes on hold, or when the user recovers from their payment issue and they come off hold. So now, immediately, you will know when to withhold entitlement or to grant back entitlement to that user. This is super important if you have a service that operates cross-platform. Say you have users who sign up on Android but might consume on web or other mobile platforms. Real-time developer notifications also tell you about voluntary cancellation, where the user chooses to cancel. In this situation, when you get that message, right away you should start trying to win back that user. Maybe remind the user about some new content that's coming up, or tell them about some features that you notice that they haven't used in your app. And using the deep link that Angela told you about earlier, you then drive the user back to the subscription center, where they click on the restore button, and with one tap, they become an active subscriber again. So these are some of the things you can do today, right now, with real-time developer notifications. But in the future, if you integrate now, you'll be ready for some of the new things that we'll be rolling out. Like, say, a user temporarily pauses their subscription. We'll send you a developer notification so you'll know that's happened. Or if we got a user to reactivate their subscription after it's expired, you'll get a real-time developer notification, and you now know to grant entitlement back. But remember, with real-time developer notifications, the notification is only telling you that a subscription state has changed. You still need to call our server-side API and query the full state of the subscription and know exactly what you need to do, exactly what action you need to take with that subscriber.
So as I mentioned earlier, real-time developer notification has become an essential part of our top developer subscription setup. Check out the details on how to set up real-time developer notifications under this link, which takes you to the developer pages and has all the details.
So remember, if you want to future-proof your integration, be sure to use both the Play building library on your client side and integrate with real-time developer notifications on the server side. All right, phew, that was a lot of stuff. So give us a couple minutes here. We're just going to real quick recap all the stuff that we introduced and told you about.
So we started off with talking about how much users love subscriptions thanks to the great work you have done, thanks to the great products and subscription services you have launched and you're operating.
We've shared with you 12 new features, including many features built around the new Subscription Center.
And finally, we talked about how you can use the Play building library and integrate with real-time developer notifications so that you're ready as we roll out new features.
Yeah, because obviously this is only day 1 of I/O, so there are more great sessions that you should definitely check out. 2 we want to recommend you is the 6 p.m. session on games today, which will also talk about subscriptions and games. And then tomorrow at 9:30, you can learn much more about all the great reports we only touched on today.
You can also check out demos of a lot of the features we've announced in the sandbox, which is over there. And we also have an office hours specifically for Google Play subscriptions tomorrow at 2:30 p.m.
If you have more questions, join us over at the Android and Play Conversations area right after this session. I think it's just on the other side of the wooden deck to your right as you walk out. And lastly, we would love to get your feedback. After all, how is Nico going to get better at his jokes if we don't give him feedback? OK, that's it, everyone. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your I/O.
Thank you.
That the user actually needs. It means that the APK that goes to the device is a lot smaller, and that in turn enables much better install conversion rates, enables lower uninstall rates, because when the app sizes are too big, users react badly. And so that's something we're launching today that I think is going to be a big win for developers.
So what do I need to do to already use this?
So if you go to g.co/Android App Bundle, you can learn more. And there you can learn how to get started. You can make use of the Android Studio 3.2 Canary that is released today. And with that, you can take any app, you can move it to the app bundle format. You don't need to refactor your code. It's very easy and straightforward, and you can learn more at that g.co/Android App Bundle.
Cool. And you also mentioned something about testing.
Yeah,
tell me more.
So, you know, as developers, you'll have noticed if you're during the release process, it's a time of risk because you can have bugs going out with a new release. And we have new testing track features that help to reduce that risk. And so you can now use Play Publishing for testing and sending out the APK to up to 100 internal dog food testers. So that's the internal testing track. We also now have multiple testing tracks for closed betas. And then also to help you reduce the bugs in your apps and improve app quality, there's some new features in Android Vitals and new features in the pre-launch report. In Vitals, we have new metrics like app startup time. We've also launched a new overview page in Vitals that draws your attention to anomalies. If some of the Vitals metrics are particularly bad, then it'll highlight those to you so you know which ones to prioritize. With the pre-launch report, so that is the automated crawler that tests apps prior to them going into production. And we've launched some new features today that enable you to reach further into the corners of your app that the crawler might not have otherwise reached. Features like a developer can can record scripts in Android Studio that help the crawler to go into particular parts of the app. Game developers, if you use OpenGL, you can create demo loops that help the pre-launch report crawler to reach different parts of your app as well. And so all these features will mean that once your app hits production, it's been much more scrutinized, eliminating more of these bugs. I mentioned as well, we've got these business features. So developers are increasingly, marketers, product managers, all sorts of roles within the organization are using the Play Console, many of them to take advantage of these business features. And we're launching a new app dashboard in the console which summarizes a range of different statistics. It's, I think, much easier at drawing the user into the most important metrics. You can also configure the page now depending on which ones are priorities for you. And we have some new business stats that we're launching as well. For subscription developers, if you have a subscription model, there's now a more complex view to understand at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I.O.
This is Florina for I.O. Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android Architecture Components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android Architecture Components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production-ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android Architecture Components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanesco, your host, and I'm here with Matt Henderson from Google Play. Hello, Matt.
Hi, super excited to be here.
So tell me, what's new in Google Play for developers?
There's tons of new stuff launching this year, broadly speaking in 3 areas. So we've got a whole new format, a new app model that's launching today. We've also got a bunch of new features that help developers to do testing and prevent bugs in their apps. And we also have some features launching today which help developers to manage their business and to grow their business on Play.
Okay, this new app model sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it?
Yeah, so there's really 2 new different things that we're launching within the app model. So one is the Android App Bundle, and that's a new format, a publishing format that a developer can use that enables them to reduce the size of their app. With the Android App Bundle, makes use of a Play technology, Play dynamic delivery, and together it serves the optimal APK for a user's given device. And so it optimizes for the user's specific CPU architecture of their device, it optimizes for the screen densities, it optimizes for the user's languages that they speak as well. And so by only sending the parts of the bundle that the user actually needs, it means that the APK that goes to the device is a lot smaller, and that in turn enables much better install conversion rates, enables lower uninstall rates, because when the app sizes are too big, users react badly. And so that's something we're launching today that I think is going to be a big win for developers.
So what do I need to do to already use this?
So if you go to g.co/Android App Bundle, you can learn more, and there you can learn how to get started. You can make use of the Android Studio 3.2 Canary that is released today, and with that you can take any app, you can move it to the app bundle format. You don't need to refactor your code. It's very easy and straightforward, and you can learn more at that g.co/Android App Bundle.
Cool. And you also mentioned something about testing.
Yeah,
tell me more.
So you know, as developers, you'll have noticed if you're during the release process, it's a time of risk because you can have bugs going out with a new release, and we have new testing track features that help to reduce that risk. And so you can now use Play Publishing for testing and sending out the APK to up to 100 internal dog food testers. So that's the internal testing track. We also now have multiple testing tracks for closed betas. And then also to help you reduce the bugs in your apps and improve app quality, there's some new features in Android Vitals and new features in the pre-launch report. In Vitals, we have new metrics like app startup time. We've also launched a new overview page in Vitals that draws your attention to anomalies. If some of the Vitals metrics are particularly bad, then it'll highlight those to you so you know which ones to prioritize. With the pre-launch report, so that is the automated crawler that tests apps prior to them going into production. And we've launched some new features today that enable you to reach further into the corners of your app that the crawler might not have otherwise reached. Features like a developer can record scripts in Android Studio that help the crawler to go into particular parts of the app. Game developers, if you use OpenGL, you can create demo loops that help the pre-launch report crawler to reach different parts of your app as well. And so all these features will mean that once your app hits production, it's been much more scrutinized, eliminating more of these bugs. You know, I mentioned as well, we've got these business features. So developers are increasingly, marketers, product managers, all sorts of roles within the organization are using the Play Console, many of them to take advantage of these business features. And we're launching a new app dashboard in the console which summarizes a range of different statistics. It's, I think, much easier at drawing the user into the most important metrics. You can also configure the page now depending on which ones are priorities for you. And we have some new business stats that we're launching as well. For subscription developers, if you have a subscription model, there's now a more complex view to understand at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I.O.
This is Florina for I.O. Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android Architecture Components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android architecture components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production-ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android Architecture Components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
What's the time? Start. Hello, welcome to our talk. My name is Jonathan Chung, and I'm a UX lead on the material design team.
Hello, my name is Nick Butcher, and I'm a designer and engineer on the design relations team.
And I'm Will. I'm an engineer on material design. Please have a seat. All right. Today, we're really excited to talk about how to build great material design products across platforms. So to begin, what is material design, given all the new announcements that we just made? How has it evolved from what we know before? Material design is now an adaptable design system backed by open source code that helps teams create high-quality digital experiences. In other words, material helps you to build beautiful and usable products really fast. In 2014, when we first launched, we had 0 customers. Now we have over 1.5 million apps using material design. That is incredible. And based on this huge number of customers, we've really listened and continued to improve our system. So today, we launched material theming, our end-to-end product capability that makes it easy to make material design yours. Now, I'm sure some of you are very eager to learn more, but maybe some of you are still wondering if material design is appropriate for you and for your company. So I'm going to start off by walking through the newly designed Material.io site. Then Nick will demo our suite of material tools that we built to make collaboration and customization really easy and effortless. Then Will is going to talk about the material components, a library of open source code that can be used across all platforms. So let me give you 3 reasons on why you should really consider using material design. First, material design is also for developers. You've given us a lot of feedback that it hasn't been easy for you to apply and build apps using material design. Now, with material theming and all of the tools that we've built to support this new capability, we're now empowering designers to create with an eye towards the code that you will be developing. Material design is a truly cross-platform framework. We understand how critical it is to create a consistent user experience that works across platforms. So using material design will benefit your users using multiple devices. We also understand that building high-quality products takes a long time. So not only we're encouraging cross-platform consistency, but also we're providing the code to start developing on Android, iOS, web, and Flutter. Now we're going to put that to the test. So imagine building a screen like this. And probably all of you are experts and pros, but in my experience, building a screen like this and to do it right will likely take some time. With the power of material design, we're now making it easier than ever to design and build screens like this across platforms. And all that magic starts right here with the redesigned site. The new site is now broken into design, develop, and tools. And in each of those sections, you'll find all of the great resources that our team has created for you. Design guidelines, tools, research insights, open source code, you name it, it's all there. We're going to spend some time checking out the site in greater detail now. The design section still has everything that you loved about material design. It's all there, nothing's gone. In addition, we're now featuring some of the most read articles on the top of the page to help you find content faster. We're still very much focused on helping you design products that are beautiful without background in design. So here you can see the articles that we provided for you and learn about system icons, generate your own custom color palette, pick a typeface that works for your brand, and really harness the power of shapes in your UI. The last section talks about material studies, which we showcase all of the flexibility of material design, regardless if you're building for retail, for communication, or even something as complex as a travel app. It's all there, and we've tested it, and it's all there for you to check out. The material design guidance has also been expanded and enhanced into material system, material foundation, and material guidelines. Starting with the material system section, we're giving you the general overview of material metaphors. Then the foundation section dives into the foundational UI practices. So it'll mention structural things like color, typography, iconography, shape, layout, and more. Now, the guidelines section gives tactical guidance on how to create a material product. And the best thing about this is that all of these great design guidelines are closely linked with engineering. Now, let's take a look at some of the other features on the site that's going to be helpful for you when you're building your product. We know how having a detailed spec makes the engineering process 10 times faster. And that's why we're providing this view called Spec Viewer in the articles. In this Spec Viewer, we're now exposing all of the useful information about this image. Clicking through the menu on the right, you'll have access to all of the different types of layers about this image, such as you can just view the image only, see the measurements, text, color, shape, and elevation, see the different components that are used in this UI, or even additional notes that we might have added. Let's take a look at this text annotation. So in this annotation, you will not only see the font name, size, and color, but also link to our Google Fonts site that our team has built. We really wanted to surface these kind of useful resources to you in the context of your workflow so that everything that you need is right there. Now, when you navigate to the Google Fonts site, you will be able to download and use any of the fonts that are used in our mocks. We also conducted research on the most effective ways to deliver the guidelines. And we found out that interactive content increased the level of understanding for our readers. So we're starting to introduce content that is interactive in our articles. Here's an example of material palette generator that is placed in line in the color article. Through interacting with this tool, you'll be able to learn about the improved color system. So those are some of the new features that we're adding to the design section. But how do you build all this? That's what you're here for, right? The develop section now features and has access to all of the open source code for Android, iOS, web, and Flutter. So while respecting the platform conventions, we wanted to make sure that our components works across platforms and not just on Android. And you'll be able to play with these components in our catalogs. If you scroll down, you will see the section called Developer Resources. So similar to the design section, we wanted to provide the resources that you can use to build your product. And let's say you're not as familiar with any of this. Scroll to the bottom even more, and you'll find tutorials to get started on this. Switching gears to the tools section. So the tools section has links to all of the great resources that we built for you. Starting with Gallery, which is a product that I love and have been using to share designs with my team. I love this product, Gallery. Gallery makes collaboration so easy and so seamless. Nick will give you more details about Gallery in a minute. On the right, you will have an access to the 5 full sets of stylized icons available in range of formats, sizes, and densities. In the bottom, you will see the material theme editor for Sketch. What is a theme editor? If you haven't heard from other talks already, the theme editor is a plugin that lets you express your brand systematically through elements like color, iconography, typography, and shape. And through the theme editor, you'll be able to take the themes that we provided for you and customize it to make it yours. These sets of components can be used in your designs right away. Also, what's great about the theme editor is that all of our guidances that are mentioned in our guidelines is directly integrated into the tool. Now, what if you want to change something later on? No problem. Here's an example of choosing a color from the material color palette and applying it to the entire library of components. I find this to be so useful, and this makes my job so easy. Now I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Nick, to talk more in depth about using the theme editor. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. So we've seen how the material system, foundation, and guidelines makes it easier to bring your unique brand into your apps. I'm going to walk you through an example of how you do this to really demonstrate how easy it is to do, and especially show you how the new material tooling makes this process from design through to development much faster. So I was on a team, part of an awesome team this year, who designed and built the Google I/O app. Maybe some of you have used it. You may have noticed that we've put some new componentry in there, like we were using the bottom app bar here with the inset fab. But we didn't want to use all of the new material theming capabilities because we didn't want to, spoil the show for the big launch today. So what I'm going to do today is walk you through some possibilities of how material theming could be applied to bring the brand of Google I/O much deeper into this application. So Google I/O. It's a developer conference. We like to think of it as a developer festival almost. There's a lot of kind of playfulness in this brand. I especially love the playfulness in the kind of the motion style. It's also expressed through the color palette, which you hopefully see everywhere around you. And it also picks up on metaphors from the software engineering world, things like layering and stacks. And we use that to inspire the illustration style as a kind of a mark of the brand. So how could we apply these elements into the app design? So here I am in Sketch. This is my design file generated by the theme editor that Johnny just showed you. We can see that Theme Editor has generated a bunch of stuff for us. It's created a bunch of components, a typography, scale, color palettes, elevation settings, and icons, and so on and so forth. If I switch over into the components view here, you can see that there's basically a one-to-one from all the components in the material guidelines generated for me in this sticker sheet here, ready to use in my designs. There's everything in here, from the app bars to backdrops to fabs to cards, you name it, it's in here. The best thing about these components is that they're aware of the material theming system. Let me show you what I mean by that. If I switch back to the theme and open up the theme editor from the Sketch plugins menu, we can see that this theme is currently set up using the I/O kind of indigo primary and kind of teal accent color. If I go into the color settings, just by clicking on the primary color section here, and I were to change this primary color, either by dragging around or like inputting a hex code directly, this is going to have a number of effects. Let me walk you through them. The first thing is you notice this kind of tonal palette. it's generated these 10 different tones of color just from that one color I chose. This is pretty cool. I'm going to geek out on this a little bit. It's not just being naive here. It's not just taking the hue I selected and altering the brightness and giving kind of a palette that way. It's actually trying to, the algorithm behind this is trying to imitate how designers pick colors. And it's using that to pick a nice color palette, which hopefully will work great throughout your applications. So by selecting that, you can see that the entire color palette here in the theme is being updated. And if I switch back to the components, the sticker sheet, you can see that all of these elements are aware of that change in the theme color, and that change is rippled out into all of the elements. So you can see, app bars pick up the primary color and a darker tone for the status bar and so forth, which is pretty powerful. So how do we use this library we generated? So switching over into my app design file, this is some screens from the I/O app, which I designed using those components in the library that Theme Editor generated for me. If you haven't used Sketch's library feature, it's pretty cool. It's basically a way to share components between different design files or amongst your team. It's very powerful. So you access the library using the standard Sketch Insert menu, and I scroll down to this library which I generated, and you can see right here all of those components that we just saw in the sticker sheet, nicely kind of arranged into this kind of tree structure. So we can choose the component that we want, the different variants of the component, even down to different states that the component can be in. So if I want to add a fab to my design, I can just grab one from the menu and drop it into my design. And over on the right inspector pane, you can see it offers overrides, allowing you to change things like the icon and so on and so forth. So just by generating through Theme Editor, we've got a huge array of components available to use. Cool, so we understand the library it's generated and how to use them in your design. Let's start customizing some of these parameters. So if I go back into my library and open up Theme Editor, one of the first parameters I think might be interesting for the I/O brand is shape. I want to take some inspiration from the I/O logo. You've got I and this kind of prominent slash in between. I think we could do something interesting with the kind of the surface shape treatment. So by default in the baseline, we have this kind of rounded corner surface shape. I'm going to switch over to the angled setting instead, deselect 3 of these corners, and then crank up the corner radius on the top left. So here I'm trying to take inspiration from that I/O logo and embed that deeply into the components in my product. So if I hit save in the library and switch over to my design file, Sketch pops this little purple bar in the corner, letting me know that the underlying library has been updated. If I click on this, it's going to give me a diff almost of these are all the components that are going to be affected by these changes. So I can choose whether to select them or not. I'm just going to take all these changes. So now any component which is aware of the shape system is going to be updated. So if I zoom in on this bottom sheet here, for example, you can see it picked up on that cut corner. And likewise on this raised button down here, it's shape aware. Some of the components in the system offer different variants which can or cannot pick up on the parameter system. So for example, here's a fab which is using the standard circular presentation. But if I go into the symbol settings, I can go down to where I selected and select a different alternative if I want it to be aware of the parameter or not. For example, I can pick up on the diamond or squircle type shapes, which will pick up on the different shape parameters, or I can choose just to keep it the circular if I want, so it won't pick up on that parameters. Speaking about variations, we've introduced some new variants of text fields which have been seen to be performing really well, which we'll come back to soon. So right from my design, I can go in and select what was this standard kind of underlying text field, and I can switch it out to a different variant from those available in my sticker sheet. So there we go, we've got a different variant of the text field right there using this outline, which is much more obvious. The next parameter I want to look at is typography. So currently the I/O app is using Google Sans, which is Google's brand typeface, paired with Roboto for body copy. I think we might be able to take some inspiration from, it's a developer event, take some inspiration from development environments and try using a monospace font and see how that works with the Google brand. If I go into the typography settings in the Theme Editor, you can see it's got this scale in here, which Theme Editor has generated for me, giving me these kind of semantic styles I can apply throughout my design. If I select the Google Sans I had here and search for a monospace, I'm going to use Roboto Mono here, one of my favorites. It's going to swap that out everywhere that the other font was used. or the different places where I'm using a different variant of Google Sans here, I can go in and I can manually change it. And it's going to do something interesting. So watch here, you can see while it's set to Google Sans, it had a particular font size and tracking and weight. And when I switched it out to a different font, to Roboto Mono, the font size, tracking and weight changed for that style. What's going on here is that Theme Editor is pretty smart about fonts. It looks at the font's characteristics and optically corrects for them in order to create a harmonious scale. So what that means is if your font you're choosing has a different X height or stroke weight or something like this, it'll look at that and it will adjust the sizes it uses for the different types in the scale in order to produce this harmonious type scale for you. All just by selecting a font, it generates this scale for me, which is pretty amazing. So if I save that out and switch back to my app designs, again, it notifies me that the library's been updated. I can take all those changes. And everywhere throughout my design that I was using the other font family before, you can see have been updated to my new typeface. Looks like that. Go Theme Editor. So these changes are looking pretty good to me. I want to share them with the rest of the team. Using the Material plugin, you can not only get really tight integration with Theme Editor, but you also get really great integration with Gallery, our tool for collaborating. So right from the editor, from the plugin, I can choose to upload to Gallery. I can select the project or the sub-collection in which to put it and upload it straight away. So once that's uploaded, it's ready to be shared with the team. So I get a unique URL which I can share with our team. Oh, here we go. So in Gallery, I can get overview of my design work. I can update new iterations so I can see how my design work has evolved. I can comment so we can share this with people and have a discussion about different design features. But I'm going to show you one of my absolute favorite features, which is the Inspect mode. Now, Inspect mode makes it really easy for designers to hand off to developers and for developers to get all the information that we need out of a design. So when I enable Inspect mode, I get this inspector on the right. And then when I hover or select any item in the design, it'll give me spec work. It'll redline it for me automatically, essentially. So it gives me size, position information. It gives me the body and the copy in the selection and all the typeface information. It'll also pick up on any icons you use from the Material theme. So any Material icons will link you out to the Material icon site so you can grab the assets that you need straight away from there. Best of all, Gallery understands the components that the theme editor creates. So if I select this fab here, it's not just going to say, hey, this is a blue circle. It's going to say, hey, I recognize that that is a fab. So it will, you can see it picks up that it's a fab. And best of all, it'll offer per platform links to reference documentation so developers can go directly to the component that they need to implement. And they'll be given any parameter changes that you've changed on the component as well. I can't emphasize this enough. You no longer is design handing over a picture and saying, hey, I really hope you can implement this. The tight coupling between the components offered between Theme Editor and Material Design components mean they're the same components, which means that you're saying use this component with these parameter changes to it. So no longer is it kind of a guessing game. So these changes look good to me. I'm going to open up the comment feature. I'm going to at Will and let him know that these changes have been uploaded into Gallery and they're ready for implementation. So over to you, Will.
Thanks, Nick. Isn't he great? So I'm an engineer, and Nick has just shared with me this Gallery project. I've gotten a link, and I click on it, and I get to come in here, and it'll send me to the Material Components documentation. Now, what is Material Components, or MDC? Material Components are an open source framework for implementing material design. There's an MDC for Android, for iOS, web, and Flutter. It's the same code Google uses in its apps. Each has dozens of components, and they can all do the cool things that Nick was talking about earlier. And since they're open source, there's no mystery. They're not magic boxes. Everything is available to you to look at or customize. And we invite you to please contribute code. So let's look at these new text fields in Material Components. How do I get them? Well, adding MDC to your code base is pretty easy. If you're an Android, you'll access the design support library through Maven using the standard support library setup. On web, you'll just install a Node module. On Flutter, you're done. Material components come built into Flutter. And on iOS, you can use CocoaPods. You add it to your pod file. Let's look a little bit closer at iOS and how we implement the new text fields. So every text field in MDC iOS is two parts, an input and a controller. We're going to add MDC text field and an outline controller to our app. We can lay it out using its intrinsic content size and maybe set the UI text field delegate. And the placeholder will float across the border. If you're already using MDC, upgrading is pretty easy to get these new designs. If you're using CocoaPods, you just run pod update material components. Then you go in and change the controller class from the old class to one of the new fancy ones, like outlined, and you're done. By the way, these text fields are much better and much more performant than the previous designs. We did a huge amount of research in order to come up with these optimized designs. A lot of research. And it turns out that in long forms, your users are much more likely to see and interact with these text fields than the previous design. If you want to learn more about the new text fields or material research, you can watch the talk Measuring Material, Thursday at 12:30. So, doing this on iOS is a breeze, but what about Android? Well, you set the outline box style on the text input layout element in your layout. On web, you just replace an element with class MDC line ripple with an element with class MDC notched outline. With an SVG with a path of class MDC notched outline path and an element of MDC notched outline idle. And don't forget the modifier class MDC text field outlined. It couldn't be simpler. And on Flutter, you change the outline to border, or the border to outline. Now, I'm a little biased because I work on MDC Flutter, but I think Flutter is the perfect way to implement material design across platforms. You do it once, and then you get both iOS and Android. And MDC is baked right in. It is the default UI framework for Flutter. And whenever you create a new project, it's already linked. I love it. So now you know that the material text fields can be added to your code, but there's a lot more. You can find almost all of the material guidelines components in material components. So that's app bars, buttons, cards, chips, dialogues, navigation, tabs, ink ripples. There are dozens of them now. And they're all available to you today at material.io/develop. And since design is never done, more are added all the time. So today, we've shown you the design resources available to you today on material.io. How Theme Editor, Gallery, and the Material Tools Suite help you customize your designs for your brand, and how Material Components make it easy to implement those designs across 4 platforms with precision and ease. So if you're here at I/O, what else can you do? You can go to our Design Dome, where you can get design reviews and demos and listen to some box talks. And you can also go see the talk Code Beautiful UI with Flutter and Material Design. We have 30 code labs for material components in the code lab. And on Wednesday at 2:30, there's a session, Ask Flutter and Material, where you can come to us to ask questions about how to implement material design in your Flutter apps. Thank you. All right.
Hello from IO Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, and I'm here with Ankit, the product manager at Google Pay. Hi, Ankit.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
So, what's Google Pay?
So Google Pay is our payment solution for both online and in-store. Google has hundreds of millions of credit cards on file, from Chrome, when users autofill in Chrome through Google Pay, when users pay on the Google Store, YouTube, Play. We're bringing the power of all of those cards that we have to stores, both in physical stores and in online stores.
Okay, so how about merchants that have an omni-channel?
Yeah, so we enable a variety of experiences. So online, for example, we allow you to have a Google Pay button that enables a one-click checkout with any of these credit cards on file. In store, we allow you to accept payments through NFC. We have a set of loyalty solutions so we can help you enroll users in your loyalty program, make sure loyalty is conveyed at the point of checkout. And then today we're also announcing, like a good mobile wallet, we're supporting other items that users have in their wallet. So boarding passes, event tickets, offers, that sort of thing. If you are an omni-channel merchant, we're happy to work with you. We enable it. One of the demos that we have today showcases this very well. We have an experience that we've built with Oak Labs and Dotdash Pay. It's a smart mirror. You walk into the dressing room with your items, the mirrors will detect it. We then enable a one-tap checkout with your phone. Your loyalty is conveyed, as is your payment credentials. And then after that, you're rewarded with an online offer that you can then use on their online stores. And so this is an example of how we can bring users back to the merchant after having an in-store experience.
Okay, sounds great. I'm a developer, so how do I get started with it?
Yeah, we provide a suite of APIs. It's with just a few lines of code. We enable you to add a buy with Google Pay button, or a Google Pay button for your website. We also have APIs that allow you to accept loyalty or allow you to help get users enrolled in your loyalty program, and you can learn about those at pay.google.com.
Okay, so check out pay.google.com and get started with Google Pay. Thank you, Ankit.
Thank you.
I'm Florina from IO Live.
Hey everyone, we're now at the Web Sandbox, and we're going to talk to Paul about Lighthouse. Now, you may remember Lighthouse gives you actionable advice for improving your websites. Paul, come on over here and show us what this is all about.
How you doing? Yeah, so this is our Lighthouse, real-world Lighthouse that we've got as well. So Lighthouse is our tool that helps developers actually fix the problems on their sites. So we open up Chrome, run DevTools, and then we just inspect a whole bunch of the tools that we've got, or the problems on the page, and give developers actionable advice. But the problem that we've got is that we've got a lot of different tools. So this is our actual central place to try and unify Google's performance, informational, architectural tooling story as well. So should we give it a demo?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool. So here we go. I'll use my site because it's probably the best, and I like people to go to my site. So what happens? We're going to enter the URL, and so basically developers at the event are going to be able to come up, put their URL in, and then get actual real-world feedback about how to improve their site. So we press go, and it goes off. It runs Lighthouse, it runs PageSpeed, and also web page test. And we've also got a number of other different tools as well, which we're not kind of automating today because it's a little bit too much. But we want to give developers an idea of what's happening. So the first one's already come through, the PageSpeed Insight score. So the general mobileness is good. I'm 99 out of 100. And then the Lighthouse scores have also come through as well. So I'm doing well in performance, progressive web appness. I'm not doing very well in accessibility. I need to fix that. And my SEO is pretty poor as well. And then if you want a little bit more detail, we've got the View Report button as well, which will give you a full detailed report that you can go and send back to your manager and tell them, like, everyone's just seen how poor our site is. Let's go and fix it, or how good it is actually, and give me a raise. So yeah, that's our Lighthouse, our PageSpeed. We've got a numerous range of different tools, and like this whole area is about trying to show you kind of what goes where and how to use it and when.
This is awesome, Paul. And I have to admit, I was kind of expecting the hundreds across the board.
Yeah, I know Dion said the same as well, and he's going to have words with me later on. So.
Thank you so much for showing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you want to see more videos just like this, remember to head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'll see you in the next one.
If you're still using console.log to find and fix JavaScript issues, you might be spending more time debugging than you need to. This tutorial shows you how to make the most of Chrome DevTools so that you can debug your JavaScript as quickly as possible. I'm going to use this buggy demo here to demonstrate all of the debugging tools in DevTools. I recommend that you open up this demo yourself and follow along with each step. The link is in the description. Whatever issue you're debugging, you always want to start by reproducing the issue. You want to find a series of actions that consistently reproduces the bug. In this demo, when I add 5 and 1, the result down here at the bottom is 51. Obviously, that should be 6. This is the bug that I need to track down. At this point, you might be tempted to use console.log to infer where the code is going wrong. Sure, it may get the job done, but it's rather inefficient. First, you have to find the relevant code, which could take a while in a big code base. Then you have to sprinkle console.log statements throughout the code. Then you got to reload the page and look at the logs. But maybe the logs didn't give you all the information you need, so you got to go back and add more logs, and so on. With DevTools, you can pause the code in the middle of its execution, inspect the variables that are in scope at that moment in time, and walk through your code one line at a time. Open DevTools by pressing Command-Option-J on Mac or Control-Shift-J on Windows and Linux. Then click the Sources tab. The Sources panel is where you debug JavaScript. It has 3 main parts. At the top left here is the File Navigator pane, where you can inspect the files that the page uses. After clicking on a file, you can see the contents of it here in the Code Editor pane. And down here is the JavaScript debugging pane, which you'll learn more about shortly. Note that when your DevTools window is wide, the JavaScript debugging pane moves to the right. If you take a step back and think about how the app works, it's probably safe to guess that the incorrect sum gets computed in the click event listener that's associated to the button. Therefore, you want to pause the code right when the event listener executes. Event listener breakpoints let you do exactly that. Expand the event listener breakpoints section, then expand the mouse category, then check the click checkbox. DevTools now pauses on the first line of any click event listener that executes. Back in the demo, click the button again, and DevTools pauses on the first line of this onClick function. The blue highlight indicates what line of code you're currently paused on. If you're paused on a different line of code, press Resume Script Execution until you're paused on the correct line. You paused on the wrong line because you have a Chrome extension which registers click event listeners on every page that you visit. If you try the workflow I'm describing in an incognito window, you can see that you always pause on the correct line of code. Event listener breakpoints are just one type of breakpoint. DevTools offers many other types. For example, you can set a breakpoint on a specific line of code, or when a DOM node changes, or when an exception gets thrown, and so on. After this tutorial, I recommend checking out our breakpoints guide, which teaches you when and how to use each type. The link to that guide is in the description too. I'm paused in the click listener, and now I want to execute the code one line at a time. The code stepping controls right here let you do that. Click the Step into Next function call button to investigate a function further. For example, when I step into the inputs are empty function, it jumps me to the first line of that function. When I'm confident that a function is working as expected, I can click the Step over Next function call button. The function executes, but I don't walk through it line by line. For example, if I clicked Step into Next function call, this line here would be highlighted blue, meaning this is where I'm currently paused. But when I click Step over Next function call, the function executes to completion, and I pause on the next line of the function that I'm currently stepping through. Last, suppose I'm stepping through a function and I realize it's not relevant to my bug. In that case, I can press Step out of current function and DevTools executes the rest of the function. If this doesn't make complete sense right now, I recommend creating a snippet, which is a little block of JavaScript code that you can execute at any time. Set a breakpoint in your snippet and play around with the code stepping controls yourself in order to understand how they all work. Back in the script, I can tell that the bug is probably somewhere in the update label function. Rather than stepping through a bunch of irrelevant code, I can set a line of code breakpoint right around where the bug probably occurs. To do that, I just click the line number next to the code. This blue icon indicates that there's a breakpoint on this line. When I press Resume Script Execution, DevTools runs all the code up until that line, and then pauses before that line executes. Over here in the JavaScript debugging pane, I can see the call stack that caused this code to execute. I can click on the functions to see where each one got called. The scope section shows me all of the local and global variables that are currently defined at this moment in time. I can click on values to edit them, but I'm not going to do that right now. However, when I look at these values, they look suspicious. They're wrapped in double quotes, which means that they're strings. This could be the cause of the bug. I'm going to investigate this further over in the watch expressions section. Here I can watch the values of variables over time. You can store any valid JavaScript expression here. For example, I click add expression, then type of sum, then press enter, and I can now see the value of that expression. As I suspected, sum is a string when it should be an integer. Now I'm going to open up the console to test out a potential fix for the bug. When I'm paused on a line of code, the console has access to all the variables that are currently in scope. For example, when I evaluate addend1, it returns 5. I think I can fix this bug by converting the addend1 and addend2 variables to integers before adding them. So let me try that now. Yep, that fixes it. I can verify that this change fixes the bug by editing the code directly from DevTools. First, I'll resume script execution, then make my change. To save the change, I press Command-S on Mac or Control-S on Windows and Linux. Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
Hello from IO Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, and I'm here with Ankit, the product manager at Google Pay. Hi, Ankit.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
So, what's Google Pay?
So Google Pay is our payment solution for both online and in-store. Google has hundreds of millions of credit cards on file, from Chrome, when users autofill in Chrome through Google Pay, when users pay on the Google Store, YouTube, Play. We're bringing the power of all of those cards that we have to stores, both in physical stores and in online stores.
Okay, so how about merchants that have an omni-channel?
Yeah, so we enable a variety of experiences. So online, for example, we allow you to have a Google Pay button that enables a one-click checkout with any of these credit cards on file. In store, we allow you to accept payments through NFC. We have a set of loyalty solutions so we can help you enroll users in your loyalty program, make sure loyalty is conveyed at the point of checkout. And then today we're also announcing, like a good mobile wallet, we're supporting other items that users have in their wallet, so boarding passes, event tickets, offers, that sort of thing. If you are an omni-channel merchant, we're happy to work with you. We enable it. One of the demos that we have today showcases this very well. We have an experience that we've built with Oak Labs and Dotdash Pay. It's a smart mirror. You walk into the dressing room with your items, the mirrors will detect it. We then enable a one-tap checkout with your phone. Your loyalty is conveyed, as is your payment credentials. And then after that, you're rewarded with an online offer that you can then use on their online stores. And so this is an example of how we can bring users back to the merchant after having an in-store experience.
Okay, sounds great. I'm a developer, so how do I get started with it?
Yeah, we provide a suite of APIs. It's with just a few lines of code. We enable you to add a buy with Google Pay button, or a Google Pay button for your website. We also have APIs that allow you to accept loyalty or allow you to help get users enrolled in your loyalty program, and you can learn about those at pay.google.com.
Okay, so check out pay.google.com and get started with Google Pay. Thank you, Ankit.
Thank you.
I'm Florina from IO Live.
Hey everyone, we're now at the Web Sandbox, and we're going to talk to Paul about Lighthouse. Now, you may remember Lighthouse gives you actionable advice for improving your websites. Paul, come on over here and show us what this is all about.
How you doing? Yeah, so this is our Lighthouse, real-world Lighthouse that we've got as well. So Lighthouse is our tool that helps developers actually fix the problems on their sites. So we open up Chrome, run DevTools, and then we just inspect a whole bunch of the tools that we've got, or the problems on the page, and give developers actionable advice. But the problem that we've got is that we've got a lot of different tools. So this is our actual central place to try and unify Google's performance, informational, architectural tooling story as well. So should we give it a demo?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool. So here we go. I'll use my site because it's probably the best, and I like people to go to my site. So what happens? We're going to enter the URL. And so basically developers at the event are going to be able to come up, put their URL in, and then get actual real-world feedback about how to improve their site. So we press go, and it goes off. It runs Lighthouse, it runs PageSpeed, and also Web Page Test. And we've also got a number of other different tools as well, which we're not kind of automating today because it's a little bit too much. But we want to give developers an idea of what's happening. So the first one's already come through, the PageSpeed Insight score. So the general mobileness is good. I'm 99 out of 100. And then the Lighthouse scores have also come through as well. So I'm doing well in performance, progressive web appness. I'm not doing very well in accessibility. I need to fix that. And my SEO is pretty poor as well. And then if you want a little bit more detail, we've got the view report button as well, which will give you a full detailed report that you can go and send back to your manager and tell them, like, you know, everyone's just seen how poor our site is. Let's go and fix it, or how good it is actually, and give me a raise. So yeah, that's our Lighthouse, our PageSpeed. We've got a numerous range of different tools, and like this whole area is about trying to show you kind of what goes where and how to use it and when.
This is awesome, Paul. And I have to admit, I was kind of expecting the hundreds across the board.
Yeah, I know Dion said the same as well, and he's going to have words with me later on. So.
Thank you so much for showing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you want to see more videos just like this, remember to head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'll see you in the next one.
If you're still using console.log to find and fix JavaScript issues, you might be spending more time debugging than you need to. This tutorial shows you how to make the most of Chrome DevTools so that you can debug your JavaScript as quickly as possible. I'm going to use this buggy demo here to demonstrate all of the debugging tools in DevTools. I recommend that you open up this demo yourself and follow along with each step. The link is in the description. Whatever issue you're debugging, you always want to start by reproducing the issue. You want to find a series of actions that consistently reproduces the bug. In this demo, when I add 5 and 1, the result down here at the bottom is 51. Obviously, that should be 6. This is the bug that I need to track down. At this point, you might be tempted to use console.log to infer where the code is going wrong. Sure, it may get the job done, but it's rather inefficient. First, you have to find the relevant code, which could take a while in a big code base. Then you have to sprinkle console.log statements throughout the code. Then you got to reload the page and look at the logs. But maybe the logs didn't give you all the information you need, so you got to go back and add more logs, and so on. With DevTools, you can pause the code in the middle of its execution, inspect the variables that are in scope at that moment in time, and walk through your code one line at a time. Open DevTools by pressing Command-Option-J on Mac or Control-Shift-J on Windows and Linux. Then click the Sources tab. The Sources panel is where you debug JavaScript. It has 3 main parts. At the top left here is the File Navigator pane, where you can inspect the files that the page uses. After clicking on a file, you can see the contents of it here in the Code Editor pane. And down here is the JavaScript debugging pane, which you'll learn more about shortly. Note that when your DevTools window is wide, the JavaScript debugging pane moves to the right. If you take a step back and think about how the app works, it's probably safe to guess that the incorrect sum gets computed in the click event listener that's associated to the button. Therefore, you want to pause the code right when the event listener executes. Event listener breakpoints let you do exactly that. Expand the event listener breakpoints section, then expand the mouse category, then check the click checkbox. DevTools now pauses on the first line of any click event listener that executes. Back in the demo, click the button again, and DevTools pauses on the first line of this onClick function. The blue highlight indicates what line of code you're currently paused on. If you're paused on a different line of code, press Resume Script Execution until you're paused on the correct line. You paused on the wrong line because you have a Chrome extension which registers click event listeners on every page that you visit. If you try the workflow I'm describing in an incognito window, you can see that you always pause on the correct line of code. Event listener breakpoints are just one type of breakpoint. DevTools offers many other types. For example, you can set a breakpoint on a specific line of code, or when a DOM node changes, or when an exception gets thrown, and so on. After this tutorial, I recommend checking out our breakpoints guide, which teaches you when and how to use each type. The link to that guide is in the description too. I'm paused in the click listener, and now I want to execute the code one line at a time. The code stepping controls right here let you do that. Click the Step into Next function call button to investigate a function further. For example, when I step into the inputs are empty function, it jumps me to the first line of that function. When I'm confident that a function is working as expected, I can click the Step over Next function call button. The function executes, but I don't walk through it line by line. For example, if I clicked Step into Next function call, this line here would be highlighted blue, meaning this is where I'm currently paused. But when I click Step over Next function call, the function executes to completion, and I pause on the next line of the function that I'm currently stepping through. Last, suppose I'm stepping through a function and I realize it's not relevant to my bug. In that case, I can press Step out of current function and DevTools executes the rest of the function. If this doesn't make complete sense right now, I recommend creating a snippet, which is a little block of JavaScript code that you can execute at any time. Set a breakpoint in your snippet and play around with the code stepping controls yourself in order to understand how they all work. Back in the script, I can tell that the bug is probably somewhere in the update label function. Rather than stepping through a bunch of irrelevant code, I can set a line of code breakpoint right around where the bug probably occurs. To do that, I just click the line number next to the code. This blue icon indicates that there's a breakpoint on this line. When I press Resume Script Execution, DevTools runs all the code up until that line, and then pauses before that line executes. Over here in the JavaScript debugging pane, I can see the call stack that caused this code to execute. I can click on the functions to see where each one got called. The scope section shows me all of the local and global variables that are currently defined at this moment in time. I can click on values to edit them, but I'm not going to do that right now. However, when I look at these values, they look suspicious. They're wrapped in double quotes, which means that they're strings. This could be the cause of the bug. I'm going to investigate this further over in the watch expressions section. Here I can watch the values of variables over time. You can store any valid JavaScript expression here. For example, I click Add Expression, then type of sum, then press Enter, and I can now see the value of that expression. As I suspected, sum is a string when it should be an integer. Now I'm going to open up the console to test out a potential fix for the bug. When I'm paused on a line of code, the console has access to all the variables that are currently in scope. For example, when I evaluate addend1, it returns 5. I think I can fix this bug by converting the addend1 and addend2 variables to integers before adding them. So let me try that now. Yep, that fixes it. I can verify that this change fixes the bug by editing the code directly from DevTools. First, I'll resume script execution, then make my change. To save the change, I press Command-S on Mac or Control-S on Windows and Linux. Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Chung, tech lead on the Google Play console, working on go-to-market tools. And I'm here today with my colleagues Ignacio from the Play business development team and David, product manager on Play console. We are excited to talk to you about what Play console tools you can take advantage of when building and managing your games. Fact, in the last few years, the number of Android players who have installed a game has more than doubled. Players from all around the world and from all different backgrounds are enjoying an unprecedented amount of new gameplay experiences on Android. As game developers, this is your chance to build new experiences, to connect to more players, and to find success in the market. Whether you're a new developer, building your first game, or a seasoned veteran of the industry, the opportunity is yours to grasp. That being said, with opportunity comes a degree of risk. Games development on mobile is an ever-changing landscape, and player expectations on mobile games has never been higher. There's more competition than ever before in the marketplace. There are already 1 million games live on the Play Store, and new games are launching all the time on Google Play. Development costs are increasing due to the demands for higher fidelity on mobile games, and consumers are expecting more feature-rich experiences on mobile. Finally, marketing games is getting increasingly more difficult. User acquisition spending is increasing as developers are moving towards fewer, larger launches in a single year. At Google Play, we understand these problems and want to help you, where we can, to bring as much success as possible to your games. We are committed to building tools to help you plan and de-risk your launches, and to help you maintain and support your games after a successful launch. Let us take you on a journey from pre to post-launch, which will hopefully provide some insights into some of the exciting tools we have available for you. We will be covering some existing tools, share some interesting anecdotes and best practices, and show off some new tools which we feel will help you on your road to success. First, pre-launch. This phase is critical for making sure you are delivering the right experience for your players, whether that be in the gameplay experience itself, the stability and performance of your game, or in the content roadmap you have planned. We're going to be going through some areas of focus during pre-launch, and also walk through some of these tools we feel are helpful at this stage. First, and perhaps most importantly, testing. It is crucial to get your testing strategy right when launching a new game. As you know, launching and maintaining games is an expensive proposition. It is critical to make sure that when you launch your product, it will be stable and bug-free, resonate with your players from a gameplay perspective, and have a sustainable roadmap to keep your players invested in your game. Internal testing allows you to publish and distribute your APKs in seconds instead of hours, so you can push your daily builds to your team immediately. It also features integrations with our API and other third-party plugins, such as Gradle. Finally, it benefits from all the Google Play products you come to love, such as in-app product support, country targeting, LVL, and of course, the newly announced Android app bundle. Developers are using this new track to do rapid, iterative testing for launching new games, as well as for adding features to existing games. For instance, using it to push their daily builds to QA in order to make sure the releases meet their bar for quality, or using it to push experimental builds to a group of friends and colleagues in order to playtest new gameplay mechanics. Here are some things to think about when using internal testing. It's a great opportunity to focus on stability and bugs in order to judge every release against your bar for quality. If possible, it can also be useful to start testing on a wide variety of devices, so that when you decide to roll out to more players, you can be certain they will receive the quality gameplay experience that you will want them to receive. One of our most used features for game developers is closed testing. Closed testing is a great opportunity to build a tight-knit community of testers who will be able to provide you with valuable feedback before and after launch. Users can be invited directly from the Play console using email lists or Google Groups. They can then opt in via web app, as shown in this picture. Once opted in, they can install the game directly from the Play Store. Over 60% of game developers on Play already use this feature and have found great success with it. Let's take a quick look at a case study. BravoCo, where the game Forces of Freedom really took to heart the philosophy of building a strong tester community for their closed test. They focused on recruiting the right sort of players, even reaching beyond the usual online communities, to find the sort of player they felt would have the affinity with the theme of their game, which is a military shooter game. As you can see in this picture, they went to this airsoft event and recruited players on site to play their game. During the testing period, BravoCo made sure that they were available 24/7 via social media and especially instant messaging. This allowed them not only to gather very specific, valuable feedback, but also to build connections with individual testers of their game. This dedication to building a strong tester community paid off dividends, both during testing and even after launch in early access, where Forces of Freedom has now attracted more than 10 million players and counting. In conclusion, here are some things to think about when using closed testing. Create a strong and diverse tester community. Remember, these players will be critical in shaping the initial direction of your game. Experiment with new gameplay mechanics and content. Don't be afraid of negative feedback. Remember, your ratings and reviews are still not live at this point. And finally, think about reaching out to your tester community to gather very specific feedback. This is your chance to ask them, what worked, what didn't work, and how do we improve? Next, open testing. Once a game is technically solid and your main gameplay hooks are built in, it's time to think about expanding your test to more players in preparation for your big launch. Open testing allows your game to be discoverable and installable on the Play Store, and for players, up to a developer-defined cap, to opt in and install your game. Players won't be able to leave ratings until the game fully launches, but can provide anonymous feedback to the developer at any time. Open testing comes in two flavors, depending on the state of your game. If you don't have a production release already, or in the same country as you're running your test in, users will be able to install your game directly from the Play Store without needing to opt in. We call this early access. Your game will be tagged as unreleased, as shown in this image. If you have a production release already, for instance, you may have soft launched in the same country, you can still continue to use open testing. Existing users will continue to get updates on the test track, and new users can opt in via a console-provided web link or through the card, which is shown on the screen here at the bottom of the game's details page. Players opted into an open test in this state will see the game tagged as beta. So, bringing together these forms of testing. With internal tests and closed tests, you, as the developers, have control over who can install and play your game. Early access tests can be installed and discovered directly from the Play Store, and are a great way to expand your tester base, as well as building hype around your big launch. Finally, open tests can be used to continue testing with a wide audience even after your production release. Utilize these testers to try out new features and tweaks to your game before rolling out to all your players. Moving on. Pre-launch reports can also help developers iron out quality and performance issues prior to launch. Whenever a test APK is uploaded, a non-deterministic bot will crawl your game while it's running on a real physical device in one of our test labs. Game developers have found a lot of value in the pre-launch report. 90% of developers don't push to production if the report shows issues. Demo loops goes even further for game developers. Record and upload a game demo loop using Firebase Test Lab and receive a PLR report on crash and performance metrics, including the all-important frames per second. This allows you to discover rendering issues even faster and launch with greater confidence. Half-Brick Games the developers of titles such as Fruit Ninja and Jetpack Joyride have found great values in demo loops. They've evolved their QA processes around using PLR demo loops, as it allows them to check for visual glitches, crashes, and performance, among many other things. They rely on the fact that PLR will automatically run on a wide range of devices and device specs for every test release. So, how did they do this? Their new game, which is an endless runner, has a built-in replay functionality which they use to record and save interesting game runs. With a few simple lines of code, they can instrument PLR demo loops to run on these recorded sessions. Whereas before, it was a very manual process to kick off their benchmarking. Now, with PLR demo loops, it's automated for them for every test release. They can look at these metrics and compare them to every previous release to make sure that their game has no regressions in terms of performance. Before we move over to launching, another important aspect of pre-launch is to plan your strategy around content. As such, don't be afraid to test longer and to test earlier. Consider using longer-term metrics like D14 and D30 in order to predict future success. Measure the rate of content consumption during your testing phase. This can be useful for planning ahead so that you have enough content for your players when you launch until your first big update. Also, this phase is a great opportunity to test what sort of live op events will resonate with your player base so that you can create the content that your players will want to receive. It is also important to consider how different forms of testing can be used to achieve different purposes. All testing tracks can be used in unison with each other, allowing you to target different experiences to different groups of testers. For instance, you may want to consider to run your daily builds past your internal test track users to check for regressions at the same time as you're running a large-scale open test with early access. Closed testing can also be used to fine-tune specific gameplay mechanics with a select audience before rolling out to production test users. Your production users. Finally, you should always keep in mind that mobile games development is an ever-changing landscape. New technologies are opening up new ways to play, and player expectations on mobile are ever-changing. Remember to continuously evaluate your processes around development and testing, see what works, what doesn't work, and most importantly, do not be afraid of change. With that, I would like to hand over to Ignacio, who's going to talk to you about launching games on Google Play.
Thanks, Jonathan. Hi, everyone. I'm Ignacio. I'm part of the Play team based in London, and I have the privilege and honor to work with many game developers like you. So let's talk about launching your game. I'm pretty sure that by now you have tested your game, and you are 100% confident, or let's say at least 95% confident, that your game is ready both from the back end and front end to receive a lot of users, that as well, your customer teams are ready to manage the community, create new live events, or deal with the feedback, but above all, that your game is lots of fun. And so you have a launch date, and it's still scary, right? So, well, luckily in the Play team, in the Play console, you have some tools that will help you to reach those levels of confidence. And today, for the launch part, we're going to talk about 3 in particular. We're going to talk about device catalog, we're going to talk about pre-registration, and then last, country targeting. Let's look at them in further detail. So device catalog. This feature, it's very popular. And the reason is because it helps you make better decisions when prioritizing bug fixes and delivering the right experience for each device. Since launch last year, we have seen that 66% of developers are using it on a monthly basis. We all know that Android is an incredibly rich ecosystem with hundreds of manufacturers and thousands of devices. So let's turn these into an opportunity and try to deliver the best experience based on relevant factors such as SoC, RAM, or CPU. But during this process, there's one key thing to remember, which is essentially to think big. And what I mean by think big is just let's try to include as many devices by default as possible. Excluding devices should be a temporary measure until some of these bugs are fixed. Let's look at the device detail page. The device detail page is a feature that allows you to review individually thousands of devices and identify relevant criteria such as RAM, SoC, or CPU. Since last year, we added new filtering methods, so for example, screen size, density, and application binary interface. As well, since last year, we added the unsupported reason, so you can very quickly identify why a device isn't supported by your game. Lastly, I wanted to highlight also some interesting information that the device detail page is providing. Essentially, the number of active devices in this particular game, the average rating, and the revenues generated by in-app purchases or subscriptions in the last month. So what some of the developers are saying about this? So Digital Legends, a mobile developer from Barcelona, they actually launched a very popular game, Respawnables, which was launched in 2014. And since then, they have seen more than 30 million installs. And what is more important, more than 2 billion battles played by the players. So Digital Legends, 2 or 3 times a week, they check the device catalog. And essentially, they do 3 things. The first one, they exclude those devices that they do not meet the minimum requirements in order to deliver a great user experience. Then second, they isolate the bugs. And then third, they prioritize device support and, as well, these bug fixes. So thanks to this feature, Digital Legends has seen an increase in the user experience and ratings, as well on the overall quality and performance of the game. So in conclusion, I wanted to highlight 3 things to remember. So the first one, think big and support as many devices as possible. Second, if we have to exclude some devices, try to do it in a temporary way so we can fix all those bugs and increase our chances to reach a bigger audience. And then last, use the device detail page to get very relevant information such as, for example, the unsupported reason or the average revenues or average rating. And with this, let's move on to the next functionality feature, pre-registration. We all know that in gaming, creating excitement before even launch is increasingly critical and popular. So the pre-registration feature has 2 benefits. As a player, it's clear. You can pre-register, and then when the game is launched, you will receive a notification to install the game. We all know that in certain type of games, multiplayer, social games, competitive games in general, it's critical to have a very early, or get on early into the game. However, from a developer perspective, I can see that there's 2 main benefits here. The first one is you can start marketing early and capture the audience interest. As well, by monitoring the pre-reg count, we have an indication of the influx of users at launch, and we can plan ahead, not only from a server side, but also like marketing. So let's look at a case study. Nexon is a Korean developer and the creator of some popular games, in particular Durango Wildlines, which was launched in Korea the 25th of January, 2018. So they started the pre-reg process 6 weeks before launching the game. And during this time, they saw 2.5 million pre-registration users. Out of those 2.5 million users, pre-reg users, 46% were coming from the Play pre-registration feature. And what is very interesting here is that the day 7 conversion, meaning from launch date until the day 7, the first week, the conversion for Play pre-reg users was about 70%, which is 7 times higher than the other sources. So as Kiki Hyomin, the head of platform relations, says, Google pre-registration is essentially a very effective marketing tool. So how is Nexon using for other games? So Nexon has launched 20 games in 2017 and has used the pre-registration feature in 10 games last year. 50%, they saw a 50% conversion from pre-reg users to actual users downloading this game. They have seen also that the CPIs are quite lower. They're 60% lower in pre-launch than in post-launch period. And as such, this has led to a decision to allocate the marketing budget 50% to the pre-launch stage rather than in post-launch. So far, the pre-registration pilot has been very successful. In 2017, we've seen numbers such as more than 50 developers using this functionality, as well 200 million players registering, and 100 million players actually downloading those games, and then a total of 400 launches across both small and big developers. Indeed, this is exciting. But what is even more exciting is to know that today we are announcing that pre-reg is becoming available to all developers very soon. So what are some of the things that we need to take into account if we want to have a good experience with pre-reg? So 3 things as well that I wanted to remember. So the first is allow some time to build the excitement. So in between 3 to 6 weeks, it's enough in order to gather all this audience interest. But as well, use all the channels that you have available in order to build that excitement. For example, media, communities, forums, your own website. And across all these channels, make sure that you have a clear action. In this case, pre-register in Google Play. With this in mind, let's jump into the last tool, which is country targeting. Country targeting is a very powerful tool. And essentially, it allows 2 things. So first, we can have different tracks per country. And then we can run separate closed open test or production in a specific geography. This is very useful, as the quote mentions, for soft launching processes, where, for example, we want to have one particular region in production to test user acquisition or monetization. Secondly, is key during launch, because we can use a stage rollout per geography. And this means that you can control the rollout in different countries and then monitor which users are getting into the app. This allows us to test server performance or user feedback. So let's look at how some developers are using this functionality. So Wargaming, Ukrainian developer, and behind the game World of Warship Blitz, they launched this game in January 2018 as well, and the game has already seen more than 3 million installs in Google Play. By the way, 100 million ships destroyed and more than 15 million planes shut down. So incredible numbers as well on that side. And we spoke with Raymond Chung, who is the marketing manager in Wargaming, and he told us that they used the country targeting during the soft launch period. This soft launch period took about 6 months, and they divided in 3 stages. So the first stage, they select a few number of countries, and they were testing things like stability, so crash rates, monetization, lifetime value, and CPI, and then engagement, which is user engagement and duration of the games. On a second stage, they open up to a fewer more countries, and they were testing mostly server capacity and ensuring the stability of the game. And then on a third stage, they were open up to already more countries across all continents with the intent of testing monetization mostly. So lastly, during this whole process, Wargaming was testing as well and monitoring the ratings and the reviews and reacting based on the user feedback. So in conclusion, regarding country targeting, 2 things to remember today. So the first one is like we can use country targeting during soft launch, but also during the open and closed beta test processes, as well as during even like future updates or post-launch period. And the second thing is, at launch, plan ahead what is going to be the rollout to the different countries. So as fans in all the world can download the game and enjoy it quickly, but without any issues. And with this, I would like to call my colleague, David. Thank you.
Thanks, Ignacio. I'm David, Product Manager on Play Console Go-to-Market Tools and Google Play Game Services. Now we're moving on to post-launch. At this point, you've developed your game, tested with a growing cohort of testers, had a good launch day and a strong launch week, and the dust is settling. What are the things that you're going to be thinking about next? 3 post-launch activities that we're going to focus on are growing your audience to get as many people as possible playing your great game, engaging your players by delivering a great experience that they want to keep coming back to, and earning money so you can keep running your game or build your next one. Let's start with audience growth. Players are becoming harder and more expensive to acquire and retain. Game developers like you are using lots of different strategies to acquire users. UA is common, but so are other less trackable methods. Cross-promotion in other games, leveraging YouTube influencers, utilizing social channels, third-party website marketing, and I'm sure you have other great methods too. You can track clicks and installs from ads, but players who install your app organically from the Play Store, who may get there, say, via search after reading about your game on a third-party website, are a black box, while accounting for the majority of installs for most developers. Using the new tools in Organic Acquisition Insights report in Play Console, you can now see the breakdown of how many new installers have accessed your listing either via search or by browsing the Play Store. Most users find games in Google Play using search. And with this tool, you can dive deeper into search and see the specific search terms that drive users to your game. Organic Acquisition Insights reports is coming soon for all developers. The developers we've talked to are excited to use these insights in order to assess their acquisition strategies, change their store listing and screenshot to reflect what their users are looking for, and even optimize in-app onboarding experiences to ensure that it references the features and benefits that the users find most appealing. This is a powerful new tool that I hope you'll explore. To find out more about Organic Acquisition Insights, you can go to this talk tomorrow morning. Next, we'll talk about Google Play Instant. Growing your game involves getting users excited about it, and a great way to do that is to give them a quick and easy way to experience it. For a quick background, we launched Instant Apps at I/O last year, and since then, we've been very busy. There are more than 1 billion devices that support Instant Apps, and we've improved our tooling to make building Instant Apps even easier. And as you may have heard, we announced that we're bringing Instant Apps to games at GDC 6 weeks ago. And as of today, Google Play Instant is now available to all game developers. So, why should you consider making an instant game? Instant games allow players to try your game before installing it and make it easy to install the full game at the end of the instant game experience using the Install Prompt API. Being able to try a game before installing is a hit with players, and after publishing their instant game, Mighty Battles has seen a 19% increase in acquisition rate. So, what's the difference between instant apps and instant games? What we've done is adapt the instant app frameworks so it better meets the needs of game developers like you. There are 3 things we've changed. We've increased the size limit to 10 megabytes. We've enabled progressive download of executable code and assets using the Splits Installs API. And very importantly, we've added full support for native code and are integrating with game engines and OpenGL. This means you can use the same code base and tools as your full game to build your instant game. And by creating an instant game, you open up a lot of surfaces. Players can experience instant games directly from ads, in the Play Games app arcade, via a link you can send with a messaging app, and of course, in the Play Store. While we're on the topic of Google Play Instant, we need to touch back just for a moment on launching tools. Pre-reg is a very successful program, and we're bringing the instant games to Play Store's pre-registration feature. Now players that pre-register can get a sneak preview of your game. And when you promote pre-registration through social media, email, or on your website, users will be able to play instantly from any Android device. It's an awesome way to introduce your game to the world. To learn more about instant games, you can attend this session on Thursday. Next, we'll look at engagement. Android Vitals is designed to help you identify issues at scale so you can create a better, more fluid, more optimized, and more engaging experience for your players. There are a number of new Vitals features launching, including benchmarks for all Vitals and new Vitals, including startup time, which were discussed in the Android Vitals session earlier this afternoon. Of particular interest for game developers like you are stability and battery vitals. Stability vitals include ANRs and crashes, and batteries include stuck wake locks and excessive wake-ups. We are now showing these vitals against a bad behavior threshold. Exhibiting bad behavior in vitals will negatively affect the user experience in your game and can result in bad ratings and poor discoverability in the Play Store. We also have vitals for rendering and startup time, though these are informative at this point. And with the new vitals benchmarks, you can see how you stack up against similar games. It's important to know that Android Vitals is a powerful tool, not just for app developers, but for game developers too. Using Vitals, game developer Kalu, whose game Subway Surfers just passed 1 billion installs on Google Play, was able to make drastic improvements to their ANR rate, reducing it from around 2% to below 0.1%. So to help you ensure your users enjoy playing your game, how should you be thinking about using Vitals in your day-to-day? Keep an eye on ANRs, crashes, wake locks, and wake-ups, which will be easier with the notifications and alerts built into Play Console. And use the Vitals dashboard as part of your toolkit to chase down problems. Now, we wanted to share with you something we've been working on. It's not ready for general consumption yet. That's coming. But we were excited to be working to bring live ops to Play. We are creating new experiences in the store and in the Play Games app to show players the events that are happening now in their games. This is proving very popular with players, and we're going to continue exploring in this direction. And finally, let's move on to revenue. Google Play has had subscriptions since 2012, but they've mostly been the domain of subscription for access apps. Games typically monetize through IAPs and ads or are paid games. But a number of developers have been experimenting with subscriptions, and we wanted to share their experiences. You may be wondering, what's the business case of adding subscriptions when I already have IAP? Developers who implement subscriptions report an increase in engagement and retention, not just for the subscribers, but for their overall user base as well, as you can see from Monster Strike's experience with MonPass. Many, including Scopely, also notice minimal cannibalization of IAP, resulting in incremental gains to overall revenue, driven by both subscriptions and IAP. Another developer who's found success with subscriptions is Network in legendary Game of Heroes. They use subscriptions for their VIP loyalty program. This program has proved popular with players, as you can see, and has created a new revenue stream for legendary Game of Heroes with strong positive impact on overall revenue. There are two best practices in using subscriptions to provide value to players: loyalty programs for your high-value users, and a new access point to premium experience for traditional non-buyers. The target audience will influence how you choose to design your offering. Some examples of a VIP loyalty program features include exclusive or early access to content, special in-game VIP status and title, or a bonus payout with each purchase. This is the most popular subscription design we've seen so far, and as you can see from Ludia's Jurassic World the Game implement here. Developers have also found that subscriptions can be effective in converting traditional non-buyers. These players are motivated by getting a good financial deal. You can see Network's implementation here, which is a VIP loyalty program aimed at these traditional non-buyers. Of course, as with any monetization system, be aware of potential downsides and keep a close pulse of fair player feedback and community sentiment. To help you with your subscription program, Google Play has a very robust subscriptions infrastructure with a lot of rich features. We support you with billing tools and analytics insight reports throughout the entire user funnel, and we can take care of useful subscription features such as flexible billing, free trials, account hold, so that you can focus on testing and implementing an effective in-game subscription design. To learn more about subscriptions, you can watch the recording of this session from earlier this afternoon. We've gone through some of the tools that you can take advantage of post-launch, but as we draw to a close, I want to loop us back to the beginning of our talk and call out testing again. It's good to always be testing. In comparison to apps, this can be tricky for games as some games need users to be on the same version to function properly. But think about how you can effectively use Play's testing tracks, which all work as well post-launch as they do pre-launch, to ensure your updates live up to the quality bar set for your game. To wrap up, we've discussed a number of tools in Play Console you can use in various stages of your game's lifecycle. There's a lot going on in mobile gaming right now, with fantastic gamer growth, loads of high-quality games being released, and lots of competition. It's your own fault as you keep raising the bar higher and higher in terms of graphics, story, and gameplay. Well done. We're excited to see what you're able to build next and where gaming goes from here. The tools we've talked you through today can help you along your journey in a few key places and give you some abilities and insights you can leverage to help you succeed. We'd also love to hear your feedback on this session. Thanks for your time. We're around for the rest of the day, and you can also check out the sandbox over here. Thank you.
You up when you think you're alone and no one picks up the phone. Forgotten skin and bones. Oh, yeah, I take you.
2018, and it isn't over yet. Come back at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Time for our live concert with Justice. They'll be debuting their new song, Stop. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at 8:30 a.m. with more sessions, sandbox demos, and special guest interviews. See you back here in 1.5 hours. We'll leave now with Justice's new music video, Stop.